First, I'd like to apologise for the delay. This should have been well organised, but we'll let you off this time. I would like to begin by welcoming those members of the public and press who are in attendance. A few housekeeping rules before we begin. If members of the public in attendance need to use the facilities, these are located back on the ground floor. If there is a fire alarm, please leave the building by the nearest fire exit and make your way to the assembly point opposite the entrance of the town hall. If the alarm is an intermittent sound, this indicates a lockdown. Attendees should stay in their seats and await further instructions. Before we start the meeting, please can I remind everyone that this is a meeting held in public and that audio recording may be made available on the website in due course. Please therefore speak clearly into your microphones. Can I ask the Democratic Service Officer if there are any apologies for absence or lateness?
Thank you, Chair. We received apologies from Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Casey is in attendance as substitute, and Councillor Dennis Jones. Councillor Mahmood is in attendance as substitute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item number 2, does any member wish to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest? Councillor Bond.
Thank you very much. Item 5.4, I'm related to one of the objectors, so I won't be taking part. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you, Chair. Item 5.3, I've called in the application. I would like to disclose that I can't vote for it because I've called it in. I also would like to urge members if they give me an opportunity to speak on this matter. I wasn't aware that you weren't automatically be allowed to speak. So, if I could have the opportunity, that'd be great.
Okay, item number 3, declaration to make representation at ward councillors. Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm ward councillor for item 5.2, and I'm going to be speaking then.
Now, before we go any further, let's deal with Councillor... Sorry, you've got your hand up?
Yes, sorry, I have no microphone, but David Irving, Councillor for Barlow, and I wish to speak with regards to the application for LIVESTREAM.
Have you given us a notice? Are you on the list?
Yes, well, I hope I am, but I've been dealing with this application and requested the right to speak.
So are you a registered speaker?
I think I have.
You should be sure, not think. Did you respond to the email?
I shouldn't be held responsible for the sheer amount of email I've had on this matter. I'm just assuming after asking that I can speak that I will speak.
Okay, I'll put the matter to the committee. If you just bear with me 1 second. Okay, members, we've got 2 ward councillors. Councillor Mahmood, who's given his explanation that he felt that he was automatically going to be on the register as a speaker, which is not the case. And we've got another councillor. So what is your view on this? Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. They're the ward councillors. I think they should be allowed to speak. However, if I could make a suggestion, I would ask that you ask Democratic Services to remind all ward councillors if they wish to speak, they need to put in notice and receive confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we all in agreement? Yeah, thank you. Okay, you both will get an opportunity to speak. Thank you. Item 4, minutes of the meeting held on 23rd of January 2024, 20 February 2024. Can I ask for approval of the minutes? Councillor Jamil, you're proposing? Can I have a seconder? Councillor Harper. All in favour? Yeah, thank you. Right, item 5.1. Can I ask Officer James Lloyd to introduce the item? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members. This application relates to a parcel of land in the village of Helpston, approximately 1.3 hectares in size, and it's positioned to the south of West Street and the north of Broadwheel Road. This slide's just showing the site in a bit more context with some aerial photography. This is the view from West Street facing south. Clearly, the character there is derived in the main from its countryside location. We've got enclosed fields with open skies. It's rural, and it's perhaps not too difficult to imagine John Clare taking some inspiration from this exact place, this part of the world. This photo, Woolsack clouds sailing to the north. Here's another view from West Street, just in the corner, facing southeast, and a view from Broadwheel Road, facing northwest. And the eagle-eyed will be able to just make out, if you can see, yes, my cursor on the screen, this part of the energy transmission network there is roughly on the site of the proposed access. This is a view from the western edge of the Cuckoo Close development, facing west, and you can make out the public right-of-way that's been tracked into the field there, application site over in this area. This is a view from, the other end of that section of public right-of-way, facing east, with the application site would be beyond and behind this row of hedging here, and then over in this direction, we can see the interface between the built-up area, that is Cuckoo Close. I think at best we'd describe that as unfortunate. And the final slide, just in photos, are the routes of the public rights-of-way in the vicinity. The application is, it's an outline application for residential development of up to 20 dwellings, with all matters reserved apart from access. The application is before members as Helpston Parish Council consider the proposal to be contrary to a number of local and neighbourhood plan policies. And this view is supported by over 330 representations from local residents and some from further afield. Now, the Parish Council will elaborate further, but there is a significant disagreement between my interpretation of the requirements of LP42 in relation to the wider local plan and the criteria set out within LP42 when applied to the application and the application site in isolation. Just by way of an example, highway safety is a significant concern for it was a key theme running through the majority of representations received on this application. The Parish Council and many of the representations raised concern about the proposed highways measures to reduce speed along West Street, having not been designed with agricultural vehicles in mind. I think the photo speaks for itself in that regard. Now, it's the LPA's view, and it's my view, that whilst there is a conflict with LP42, and that is recognised and set out in 5.7 of the report before members, the proposed development and the proposal itself must be considered against the development plan as a whole. And when considered against the development plan as a whole, and noting that the principle of residential development within the village envelope is supported, I recommend that the application be approved, subject to the conditions set out in the update report and the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure the relevant contributions from the developer. Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to mention that last minute report?
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, Chair. Thanks. Just a couple of hours ago, we did receive another representation, this time from CPRE. It spread across 3 pages, but in summary, their comments confirm the view that the density of the proposed development is too high and would be out of keeping with the adjacent development sites either side of the application site. There should be a comprehensive development and reject the approach of what's considered to be piecemeal urbanisation of this part of Helpston. There was a view that it may encourage further development in and around the location, so in terms of a precedent being set. That's not in the update report, that's not in the main body of the report, as I say, it came into me just before 12 o'clock, so hopefully members will be able to bear that representation in mind as well, please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor, you had your hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. This report that came in late, because it's came in late and it's not in the papers and it's not in the supplementary report, is it relevant to this application at the moment? Do we take notice of it or not?
I think it should be borne in mind, certainly, but I would note that it doesn't raise anything that hasn't been raised within the main body of the report by the parish council or other interested parties.
So I would just ask, are all members on this committee read this report?
Councillor Harper.
Yeah, Chair, I was instructed not to.
I mean, I think the officer has responded that whatever's in the report is already highlighted in the report anyway, so it's just a further representation, so it doesn't add anything much. It's already there, so I think having looking at it, I don't think it'll have any sort of a negative impact or anyway. Am I correct to say that? So if you do consider it or look at it, there's no harm in it, is it? Because it's already mentioned in the report and you've covered it, haven't you?
Not specifically, but the matters raised have been considered and addressed in the report, yes.
So in that case, we...
Sorry, Chair, but it's up to the committee, but I'm not comfortable with that. I'd like to read the report, so I'm going to ask if you'll adjourn for a little while we get a chance to read it.
That's a very fair point. Sorry, Councillor Casey.
I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Harper because I was told not to read the report and hadn't seen it anyway. So actually, it doesn't seem correct that some people might have seen it and some people might not.
No.
And that might open us up to judicial review or sort of question if something needs challenging at all.
Right, committee, are you in favour that we have a sort of adjournment for about 5 minutes, or whether you agree so we can read the report? 10 minutes? Yeah, are you in agreement? Yeah? Okay, yeah, so we'll have an adjournment for 10 minutes so we could have a read through that. Is that okay? Yeah? Thank you. Now, we have 6 people registered to speak on this item. We've received a request from Elpston Parish Council to speak on this item. Do committee agree with allowing the representatives from Elpston Parish Council to speak? Yeah, all in agreement? Fine, thank you. In that case, can I ask Elpston Parish Council representatives to address the committee? You will have 10 minutes between you, if you could come forward here. Which will address the committee. The Democratic Service Officer will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and then when the time has lapsed. When you are ready, if you can please switch on your mic and start speaking. I suggest when you've given your address, you stay. Members may wish to ask you questions, if they may. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Where does Councillor Over fit in at this point? Councillor Over? He's the ward councillor. Was he not supposed to?
We could ask him to come and join them as well. Am I right? Yeah. Councillor Over, would you like to come forward as well?
Mr. Chair, the time limit may prevent all of us being able to speak as planned.
Right, so you're making a request that you should be given more time, is that correct?
Yes,
Members, what do you think about that? So they've got 10 minutes in between, they're 1, 2, 3, 4. So should extend the time and extend to how long?
Chair, just as a guide, as we have now got the ward councillor and we've given him permission, I think it wouldn't be unfair to say 15 minutes for the group now and the same for any opposition, any in favour.
So saying 15 minutes in between them.
15 minutes for the councillors combined, rather than 10. Thank you.
So 15 minutes, are you happy with that? Committee, are you in favour? Yeah, okay, you'll have 15 minutes then. Thank you, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. My name's Smith, I'm clerk to the Helpston Parish Council. In 2018, the Planning Committee refused an outline application for houses on this site, which was then outside of the village envelope. In 2019, a further application for this site was refused by the case officer. He gave 5 reasons for refusal, and the first was, quote, part of the application site is located within site LP 41.5, where policy LP 42 requires any such application to be accompanied by a master plan. This application has not been accompanied by a master plan, end quote. Hence the refusal. Now, policy LP 42 was included in your local Peterborough plan following the planning inspector's intervention at the local planning hearings held in November 2018. The inspector heard representations from the chairman and clerk of Helpston Parish Council and then instructed the plan's authors to consider and then, quote, introduce wording to satisfy Helpston Parish Council's desire that the 2 sites included in LP 41.5 be developed together, not piecemeal, under the guidelines of a master plan, end quote. And this was all done according to the inspector's instructions and now forms part of your adopted local plan as policy LP 42. I believe that this policy is now in danger of being ignored. I believe that an independent body should examine this application so that it is not this committee that is setting any precedents for ignoring local plan policy. Indeed, I'll recommend that you refuse it so that at appeal, the planning inspectorate can take responsibility for judging this strategic matter, which may expose weaknesses in the local plan. But please remember that this policy was used correctly to refuse the application back in 2019. Turning now to the subject application, you've all read LP 42. It was written for and only applies to the whole of site LP 41.5 in Helpston. It is therefore site-specific. It contributes nothing else to any other part of your local plan, and it was only put into your local plan to cover and control what is allowed on the whole of site LP 41.5. This planning application before you now pays scant regard to policy LP 42, and there is no master plan. If you follow the officer's recommendations before you today, you will be ignoring policy LP 42 and the suggested condition C10 in his recommendations for a plan to show connectivity with the other part of the site and to be submitted as reserved matters does not comply with the meaning and intent of policy 42, which says any application for the site at Broadwell Road, site 41.5, shall comprise a comprehensive master plan. If you ignore policy 42 as written, you will be going against what the planning inspector's decision that this policy was a requirement. If you ignore policy 42 today, you will be going against the wishes of Helpston Parish Council, who will have wasted their time in attending the local plan hearings. If you ignore policy 42 today, you will in effect be making any other specific local plan policies equally worthless. You will be disregarding the decision of the City Council, which adopted the local plan as presented and made it law. Your local plan will not be worth the paper it is written on. If you ignore your own local plan policy, Helpston Parish Council will certainly have to consider the extreme step of inviting the Planning Inspectorate to review its local plan reviewing procedures and the effectiveness of its inspector, Mrs. Louise Crosby. And the Council may have to request a judicial review of your planning processes. Your decision might be interpreted as unlawful. Ignoring policy LP 42 today and accepting this application will bring the whole planning process and your own local plan into some disrepute. I therefore urge you to reject the report's recommendations and refuse this premature application. By doing so, you will wisely be letting this application go to a probable appeal so that the Planning Inspectorate itself can judge the shortcomings of this application against their own inspector's suggested planning policy, LP 42. And in the fullness of time, the applicant for this site area and a future applicant for the other part of the site, together known as LP 41.5, should be able to work together and produce the master plan that policy LP 42 requires. And this would allow the city planning team and Helpston Parish Council also to work together to consider a properly constructed application for the whole site, having that master plan at its heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to go next?
Sorry, I'm Joseph Dobson. I'm chair of the parish council. I don't want to go over the statements that my clerk has made. I would just urge you, councillors, to remember that you are invested with the power to determine this application based on the information that you've been provided. When you look at LP 42, any person of any reasonable intelligence will read it and come to the decision that the wording in LP 42 means what it says. It calls for a comprehensive master plan. When you're considering this, you have the discretion to approve or disapprove this application. But I would urge you, as my clerk has also already done, to not allow this application to go through, because if you do, as he said, you'll be undermining the policies in the local plan that you have approved and that we in our Helpston Neighbourhood Plan have subsequently been approved by yourselves as well. So please look at this in terms of what a reasonable person would see in LP 42, and they would see a master plan for the whole site, not part of it, but the whole site. We have no argument about a development plan for the whole site. We are looking for you to uphold the specific application of LP 42 to Helpston and the principle that's in your policy, LP 42. Thank you.
Who would like to go next? Councillor? Yep.
Thank you. I'd like to hear what Arthur's got to say from the parish council, if anything.
Because of the time limits, which I didn't think were adequate to properly hear this case, I conceded my time to the chairman and to the clerk, and it was understood that if members had any technical questions to ask, then I'd be, as well as the clerk and the chairman, I would be available to answer to the best of my ability, having originally been a special advisor regarding this site to Helpston Parish Council and a special advisor now as a member of Helpston Parish Council on legal matters. So I am available, I am at your disposal if you have anything at a more technical level. But as I say, I don't want to get too technical about it because we have the clerk here and the chairman who have given their speeches.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to take a couple of minutes on this because I don't want to go over ground that the clerk has just covered to an excellent degree. Many years ago, over 25 years ago, probably longer than many of you have actually been born in this room, an officer from Peterborough District Council at the time came to me and said, we want 200 houses in every village. I said, oh, okay, right. And you've nearly done it. It's taken you 28 years, but you've nearly got 200 extra houses in Helpston, threatening the character, threatening the enjoyment of the area of the villagers. You come here with a planning proposal from who knows whom, and there's no master plan. We need a master plan. That's all part of it. And was it really worth the time and effort that the local parish council and other villagers spent adding to the local plan? My thoughts at the moment, it was a complete waste of time. Then we were encouraged to do a neighbourhood plan. Took ages to do, huge amount of time, huge amount of effort, and we've done it, and we might not have bothered at all. So I'm going to leave it at that. I find the whole thing disappointing, to say the least, and I support the parish council completely.
Thank you for your address. Members, do we have any questions? No questions. In that case, if I could ask you to take a seat in the public gallery. Thank you. Can I ask now Sarah Franks and Laura Curry, the objectors, to address the committee? Now, we did extend time for them. I think it would be fair. Has it got 5 minutes? Okay. We'll have 5 minutes between you and which to address the committee.
I was going to request, Chairman. I've got a cough. I've just come off medication. I've had mild pneumonia, so I might get out of breath and I might cough. So I would request just an extra 1 minute or so on top of the 5 minutes.
Members, are you happy with that? Six minutes? Yep. Okay, yeah. That's fair and reasonable. Okay, you will have 6 minutes between you and which to address the committee. The Democratic Services Officer will let you know when you have 3 seconds left, and then when the time has lapsed. When you're ready, if you can please switch on your mic and start speaking. And may I also suggest that once you've addressed the committee, if you could stay seated, members may have questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I represent the 3 farmers in the village affected by the traffic calming, but there is the wider agricultural community to think of that use it as a through route. Plan 22-12 TR06 Revision B swept path analysis is the plan that shows the longest vehicle being the rigid bus at 12 metres. There are no illustrations to represent agricultural users, legal length of up to 20 metres. The tractors and regulatory requirements refer to legal widths of tractors up to 4.3 metres. The traffic calming is shown to be 4 metres. How will a tractor at 4.3 metres fit through? You may be wondering how the farmers fit through the current chicanes along West Street. This is how. They drive on the cobbles, they drive on the pavement, they rely on the goodwill of road users and pedestrians, giving them priority. The longer the machinery length, the harder it is to navigate a chicane. Machinery being carried on hydraulics has a tendency to swing side to side. Photographic evidence was provided in the original objection. The tractor and drill occupied the pavement and half the carriageway to the white line to allow the bus to squeeze through. Have you all seen this? I did reissue it. You have, of course, just seen additional photos. We have a hard copy of it here, which may be put up on screen. This is not an isolated case, it is a regular occurrence, and the road is narrower towards the school. There needs to be ample length to allow agricultural machinery to go round the slalom of bus stops, crossing, giveways, chicane, and offset reduced road width. If farmers cannot get through, what happens then? Are the council going to pay farmers to not crop their land in perpetuity? Do they drive over the traffic calming, assuming they can, and flatten the ballards? If it doesn't allow machinery pass through, are highways then going to pay for alterations, which is essentially taxpayers' money? Surely this needs to be addressed now with the developer paying. The officer's report states that the plan submitted for approval is to identify a safe, convenient and sustainable access to and from the application site. The proposed development is not to impact on any element of the transportation network subject to the implementation of the identified mitigation measures. I have told you how the proposed traffic calming is not wide enough, does not have a big enough sweep to allow agricultural vehicle lengths through. This impacts the transport network. The 4-metre narrowing is not wide enough. We have just seen that in the photographs. West Street is becoming unsafe for large, long and wide machinery that cannot negotiate traffic calming, causing a danger to pedestrians, cyclists and other road users by having to drive on the pavement or over the cobbles of the current chicanes. The farmers require a swept path analysis for agricultural machinery. They would like to have a site meeting to demonstrate the difficulty of using the current chicanes and also pass the application site. I request the application is deferred.
The open space provision is not suitable. Helpston currently relies on a dual-use play provision and public open space at the school. Most of his play equipment is currently taped off due to being rotten and unsafe to use. If the dual-use agreement ceases, then Helpston has no play or open space provision. There is a lack of provision for satisfactory education facilities. There is only one EYFS provider in Helpston, which can accommodate 24 children at one time. The next closest setting being Barnock. Both settings reach capacity during the week. Availability is limited for families accessing the funded entitlements. This development will create an additional 6 EYFS places, with the remaining portion of the site requiring approximately 17. Additional capacity will be required to meet the demand for the proposed development. This will be on top of the 9 primary school places for this development and potential 30 for the remaining part. The 2 options for mitigating demand are eye-watering. It's estimated that option 1, mobiles and moving to the established and Ofsted outstanding preschool provision, who I add were never consulted, will cost approximately £330,000, and option 2, building extra classes, nearly £700,000. If additional spaces can't be provided for village children, they will need to go to schools outside their catchment. In the 21-22 academic year, an obtained Freedom of Information showed that City Council is already spending £231,000 per year on transporting 74 children who are unable to obtain a school space at their catchment nearest school. The lack of master plan and suitable provision will only add to that expense. Protecting and preserving John Clare countryside and Helpston is a common theme in the local plan consultation review. Crossbury Way is the historical public footpath as shown on the photos, crossing over LP 41.5, and has been nominated as a designated green space. It is walked along by Clare, and it was so significant that it inspired him to references in his poem Remembrances and others. This is the last remaining section of Crossbury Way, and it would be a huge loss for it to be swallowed up within development. There needs to be a more thought put in place for a suitable buffer which respects John Clare's countryside and its surrounding historical and literary context, and also needs to adhere to the local policy LP16 that safeguards the local character. All these reasons led to the refusal of the outline planning permission for the same site back in 2019. The goalposts cannot and must not be changed, and the content and integrity of the Helpston neighbourhood plan must be upheld. It is simple. There is no master plan for the whole site, and this application should be rejected.
Thank you. You're within 6 minutes. Excellent. Committee members, do you have any questions? Councillor Hopper.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you. Sorry, I didn't get which one was which. Which one's Sarah and which one's... Right, Sarah, this is a question for you then. This is particularly to do with the farmers. You obviously mentioned the width of the road, the chicanes, etc. If that was sorted out, is that your only particular objection from your point of view?
It's not only the chicanes, but it's actually the swept analysis. So if you've got an agricultural vehicle towing a trailer, you need a wider turning circle, and it's actually to get round the chicane to then enter into the reduced width, the narrowing of the road, which is actually offset. So the longer the vehicle, the wider it needs. And I'll give you an example. So the sugar beet harvester is 13 metres in length. He tows a trailer which is 5 metres in length, which has his pickup on the back. So he probably only goes through it once that day because they've lifted enough sugar beet. Then generally when he comes through the village, he's coming through from Barnock Way, and then he's going back, and then he's coming back. Clearly at 18 metres, it's not, something that at 12 metres or a car needs a lot less turning to get through than an articulated lorry. And, currently at the moment, Bainton have got a problem with their sewage station. Lorries or the tankers are coming through constantly on a daily basis, stopping at the shop because they're stopping to get drinks, etc., food. And, that is constant. And lorries go through to Barnock because there's a grain store. The nearest grain silos are at Dogsthorpe, so it's handy for them to go through the village, out onto the A15 and down the bypass. So it is a heavy used road. Agricultural machinery is getting larger. It's all legal. And it's becoming harder and harder to farm in that farm. It is the thoroughfare for adjoining farmers in the area and contractors, for example, Velcourt. They're based at Stamford and they farm the other side of the railway. Their machinery and tractors are much bigger than ours, of the 3 farmers in the village, and we are struggling.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you. You may now return to the public gallery. Please can I ask Isabella Ingram, the agent, to address the committee? You will have 10 minutes, applying the principle of fairness, to address the committee. The Democratic Service Officer will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and then when the time has lapsed. When you are ready, if you can please switch on your mic and start speaking. Once you've addressed the committee, stay seated. Members may wish to ask you questions. Thank you. You may proceed.
I would like to thank the Council for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. We respect there have been a number of concerns raised by neighbours in response to this outline application. We would like to reassure members that these have been considered and comprehensively addressed. The application site lies to the western edge of Helpston within the defined village envelope. It comprises a parcel of land which forms part of the wider site allocated for residential development in the adopted Peterborough local plan. The principle of housing in this location is therefore acceptable and will contribute to meeting local housing needs. There have been no technical objections raised by consultees at this stage, and further details will come forward in the subsequent reserved matters applications. We are aware of some concerns related to the wording of policy LP42 and neighbourhood plan policy A2. This states that any application for site LP41.5 shall comprise a comprehensive master plan for the whole site. However, the application site only covers a small part of this overall allocation, which is split up under 2 different ownerships. As such, any master plan covering the whole site could not be secured under this outline application. The applicant did attempt to engage with the owners of the adjacent land following the submission of the application for up to 73 dwellings. However, there was no cooperation, and this application has since been withdrawn. Notwithstanding, this is an outline application with all matters reserved except for access, and it is critical to point out there are no layout details for consideration under this application. The illustrative master plan serves to show that the quantum of housing and open space can be provided within the site and demonstrates potential to provide connectivity with the wider land parcel. However, this would not be included on the approved list of plans. The final layout would come forward under a reserved matters application, at which time it can be consulted upon by relevant stakeholders and the local community. The applicant has agreed to a condition which would ensure that a detailed master plan would be produced that illustrates a cohesive layout across the whole allocation secured at reserved matters stage. Furthermore, the proposed development must be assessed based on its merits against the development plan as a whole. Proposals within the village envelope will be supported in principle in line with policy LP1, subject to being an appropriate scale for the settlement. The proposed quantum of development equates to approximately 16 dwellings per hectare, which is in line with other development in the area. Noting that the site allocation identified an indicative number of dwellings for the whole site as 82, which equates to approximately 18 dwellings per hectare, the proposed development is considered to be an appropriate scale for the settlement. The transport statement submitted with the application confirms there will be no severe impact on the highway network as a result of the development of this scale, and a safe, convenient and suitable access to and from the application site has been identified. The Highway Authority has raised no concerns with regards to the content or quality of these findings. An updated ecology assessment was submitted in December 2023, which provides full details of all required habitat surveys and subsequent recommendations. PCC's Wildlife Officer raised no objection to the findings of this assessment, nor with the proposed development. A biodiversity net gain of over 11% has also been identified. The applicant is willing to pay any SIL contributions deemed necessary by the council, including those towards education. 30% affordable housing will also be provided within the site. Overall, the proposal is in accordance with the development plan when read as a whole. The principle of housing has been accepted on this site, and there have been no technical objections raised at this stage. There are also a number of significant social, economic and environmental benefits to the scheme, which will provide a mix of high-quality homes in a sustainable location with access to facilities and services, open space provision and significant biodiversity net gain. We really hope that members can resolve to grant planning permission in line with the Planning Officer's professional recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions? Councillor Harper?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And through you, Ms Ingram, can you just repeat what you said? Something about a master plan at the reserve matters stage. Can you just repeat that sentence for me, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Was that the applicant has agreed to a condition which would ensure that a detailed master plan would be produced that illustrates a cohesive layout across the whole allocation secured at reserve matters stage?
Okay, so just a question. That's just the outline, the red area, not the whole LP 41.5.
No, that would include the whole area. I asked James Lloyd to confirm this.
I'll ask that question then, if that's okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor Hook?
So just unsurprising, it's also about the master plan or lack thereof at this stage. Essentially what you're saying is that you try to engage with the other land owner and you drew a blank and were unable to do so. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, that is correct.
So what do you feel is going to change between now and the reserve matter stage that means that you will be able to talk with this other landowner and be able to come forward with a master plan?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. That's a good question. I think as it would be a condition, I guess there would be no other choice but to attempt that engagement, and we would not be able to come forward with a master plan until that had happened. I don't entirely know how that would happen at this stage.
So essentially what you're saying is that if this was approved, it would still hit that roadblock, and either that roadblock will be dissolved because a master plan will be produced, or there will be no master plan and therefore it won't be able to go further because there won't be a master plan. Is that essentially what you're saying?
I believe that's the case.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Casey?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'm just wanting to interrogate that sort of process a little bit further, and I'm just wondering if we were to go through that, would it then take councillors and this committee out of that equation so that it couldn't come back to us with for us to have oversight of the master plan?
I think that would be a question for officers. Yeah, a question for officers, yeah? Okay. Thank you, that's fine. Any further questions? I have a question. Right. 5.4. I mean, I've heard the address from parish councillors and Peterborough City Councillor, and the centre point is the master plan. They make reference to the refusal of application of 2018-2019 where the master plan was an issue. Now, if I read this out, LP 42, and I just want your comment on it, it says any application For the site at Broadwheel Road, Helpston, site LP 4.5 shall comprise, amongst other matters, a comprehensive master plan for the whole site. So that means, as far as I understand, any application, irrespective of where it is, yes, you need to give a master plan for the whole site. What are your comments on that?
Yeah, and that is what the wording says. I think in this case, as our client only had ownership of this small section of the site, and this is an outline application where all matters of layout would come forward as reserved matters, we are intending to deal with that section as reserved matters. At this stage, this is a matter of principle and access.
I think I'll ask that question to the officer. Anyway, thank you for your response. Any further questions? Councillor Sain.
It's just, again, on LP42, the second bullet point, where it says about ensuring the provision of satisfactory education facilities. That school is very oversubscribed at the moment. In a way, without this master plan, it would be landlocked, as was mentioned earlier, so there wouldn't be any potential for expansion. So has your plans given any consideration to that, or will they be looking to do anything towards the school to help or support its growth? Or is it just for this development, as in, have you put any consideration towards the growth of the school? That's basically the question.
Thank you, Councillor. The applicant is willing to enter into a Section 106 agreement and pay any SIL contributions as deemed necessary. There is a buffer at the moment between our site and the school, so again, that would probably come forward as part of the comprehensive master plan for the whole site.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? Thank you very much. You may now return to the public gallery. Now, committee members, do you have any questions for officers? Councillor Hogg.
So I have a couple of questions. The first one would be to highways, on the just to discuss the connectivity between the two sites. I just wanted to make clear that whilst we have the kind of indicative plan before us, essentially that connectivity between the two sites, that would be a matter for the reserved matters permission rather than this, and so it's not something to be particularly worried about. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the other thing was, in terms of this, the application, in terms of the master plan, essentially what we're saying is that if we were minded to approve this scheme, the master it's not discounting the need for a master plan, it's just merely delaying it to the next stage so that it can be done at that point. Presumably that will put a bit of pressure on the other landowner to get their ducks in order to get that done between the two applicants.
That's right. And I suppose to summarise the LPA's position on it, the LPA isn't dismissing the importance of a master plan for the two sites. It's just about securing that master plan at the appropriate stage. As this application is an outline with all matters reserved apart from access, there isn't even a plan to be approved on this 1.3 hectare site. So as the reason for that is because layout will be a reserved matter. With the imposition of condition 10, any reserved matters that come forward would need to demonstrate a layout and scale and appearance and landscaping which works not just in isolation, but demonstrates a cohesiveness between the two parcels of land. To answer the other councillor's question about the stages, the reserved matters, any reserved matters application that did come in would be subject to the standard consultation procedures. If parish council were unhappy and the recommendation conflicted, it would be back in these seats again to go through those matters. So it's a two-stage process.
Thank you. Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I just wanted some clarity on the question that I asked earlier. The bit that should this get outline permission. When it comes to reserved matters, nothing could proceed effectively unless the master plan was then in place for the whole area. Is that true? Is that exactly right?
That's right. Matters of design are reserved in this instance. From an LPA perspective, in terms of more general aspects, design and the move towards recognising beauty within planning is a relatively new development, and I think it certainly has been subsequent. That has been a subsequent addition to the planning decision-making process, and has come after the two reasons for refusal back in 2019-2017. The importance of appropriate design isn't being dismissed at outline stage. The outline application establishes the principle for up to 20 dwellings. All details in terms of layout, where will the suds go, what will the buildings look like, how tall will they be, all of those matters are of paramount importance to create a development within Helpston that is sympathetic and accords with the local plan policies. If we take, for example, Cuckoo Close, which, having had correspondence and discussions with the parish council, there's some very mixed views on the impact of Cuckoo Close. And that interface there on that picture, I think, speaks for itself. We've got a very hard, close-boarded fence with white UPVC windows sitting out across the whole of the countryside. And I think we should be using Cuckoo Close as an example of what to avoid in terms of planning. If I was to deal with the application, or if any of my colleagues were to deal with the application, the scrutiny which the layout, the appearance, the design and the landscaping would be under would be of the highest order. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, please do.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear, but thank you very much for the explanation. I'm trying to get to this point where the whole of that area master plan would be needed at that point, which is what's been said, or have I misheard that? So if this gets outlined and it gets to reserve matters at that point, the whole of the whole area that's been identified under 41.5 must have a master plan at that point.
It could have a master plan at that point, it could have a master plan at this point, but it's important to note that the LPA cannot impose a condition which seeks to secure or control development outside of the red line. At the reserve matter stage, if it was just this parcel of land that had come in, we'd be expecting an arrangement or a layout which demonstrates adequate connectivity with the adjacent site in terms of pedestrian and cycle movements.
So that statement isn't actually true then, that we heard that the master plan would be forthcoming at reserve matters?
It could be forthcoming. Whether it would be part of the approved plans list is a different question.
Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really, this idea of actually conditioning something that's not within the control of the applicant, does that pass the fairness test, or could it be challenged? I'm just thinking if we're conditioning something that actually no one can, the applicant can't control, could they say, well, actually, we have no control of this, this isn't fair, and then appeal? I'd be interested to get the legal opinion on that as well, please.
I think there's perhaps a slight misunderstanding of what the condition would do and upon which the land it would bite. The condition 10 on the update report wouldn't secure the arrangement on the adjacent parcel of land. It would seek to ensure that there's connectivity between the two sites. A condition which, I'm repeating myself, but a condition which seeks to control development outside of the red line and on land outside of the applicant control would indeed fail the 6 tests.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hopper.
Thank you, Chair. Again, through you. This one's for highways. Thought you'd get away with it. Obviously, that we've heard from a representative of the farmers that effectively they won't get their vehicles through the chicane. So I'd like your views on that as to how you can support an application that farmers can't get through.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. The traffic calming that's being proposed has been through a stage 1 road safety audit, which raised concerns with the original design of the feature. This has then been revised and the carriageway width widened to the 4 metres at our request, partly for agricultural vehicles and partly so that you can get cyclists past cars on the main street if needs be. Before anything gets built on site, it would need to go through a detailed design process, which would do another stage of safety auditing on the scheme. So if there are particular concerns about the agricultural vehicles and the design of the traffic calming not allowing for those, that is something that we can look at through that detailed design process.
Thank you. Councillor Hogg.
I had 2 questions, but Councillor Harper asked the first one for me. So the other question is just about, it's been raised about density on the plot, and essentially if we were kind of minded to say, no, you need to go away and de-densify it, or I'm sure that's a word, maybe I made it up, I don't know, but to reduce the density of the housing, essentially the village would be denied some of that social housing that we all, you know, all villages, in fact, that the whole city is in crying out for more social housing. So that essentially would be the case, wouldn't it? If there were less plots, then there would effectively be less social housing, and possibly we might lose all of them.
Yes, it's on a ratio basis of 30%. At the moment, we've got 6 units. If it were to dip below 15, then the affordable housing contributions would not bite.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain.
Sorry to press on the same issues. I just wanted some clarification, because we've heard something and then it seems to have been slightly different, or maybe I've got it wrong. So we're only considering this plot at the moment, because you're saying that although there's no local plan or master plan, it doesn't have to consider, it doesn't have to be forthcoming in the future either, in association with the adjoining plot. Is that right? Is that what you said?
I'm not sure. Can you just...
So, we would, you know, there's been a lot of talk about the local plan, about a master plan for this site, and how both sites should be included within that local and master plan. But you said that it wouldn't have to be part of a plan submitted in the future for just this site if it was on its own. So we would only be considering this site. If there was no further development or anything put forward on the adjoining site, they could put something forward on here, but there wouldn't be a local plan potentially, or a master plan considered within that application?
Not quite. The master plan aspect, which the condition is seeking to secure, is an attempt to have clarity that the application site will link in with the adjacent site should an application come forward on that site. There's no requirement, or certainly the LPA cannot require owners of allocated sites to come forward for development. But in this instance, given the red line, given we're at outline stage, it's only through that condition that the LPA can seek to ensure that connectivity and cohesiveness with the adjacent parcel. And to secure that, it can only be by a condition at this stage, and it's the reserved matters where those details will come and appear on a plan.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yeah, just to explore, sorry, going back to the master plan again. The parish council made reference to a previous application refused on the grounds of a master plan. So I just want to clarify my understanding, if I may. So we're saying in this instance, because it's not a requirement for the outline planning, for the outline matters, that the requirement for master plan will be considered later, and even if the applicant had presented a master plan now, we would struggle to take that into consideration or validate it because you can't condition or you can't impose on the other developers. Is that correct? That's my understanding. And is that the only, supplementary to that is if that's the case, is that the only reason for the change of view to the previous refusal of the application?
Okay, two-part. The 2019 application concerned the main body of the application site, but also an additional parcel of land. The 2019 application was also for 45 units, so not strictly comparing apples with apples there. I have to beg for a pardon, I missed the first bit of your question, so if you could repeat that, happy to answer.
Well, it was in relation to the first application that the Parish Council made reference to being refused for no master plan, and I was just trying to confirm that what you've explained so far is right, which I think you've confirmed, and then that was the only reason for the change of view between the previous decision and this one.
Thank you. Yes, there are 5 reasons for refusal on the 2019 application, 2019 decision notice, 4 of which I think have been just ticked off in terms of the revisions to the proposal that's been made. But the first reason for refusal, that covers a number of points, and there are a number of points on there which I think are less than watertight. And had that reason for refusal being challenged via appeal, I think it would have come into a bit of, well, some stormy waters in terms of keeping that upheld. For example, there's reference to the proposal not supplying an appropriate landscaping scheme. Very difficult at outline stage when landscape matters are reserved, so just an example of where that may have fallen down.
Thank you. Any further? Yeah.
Sorry, just wanted to come back. So there's obviously been a lot of talk in relation to LP 42 and that it's out, the debate that it's outside of the local plan. Is there anything in the national policy framework that we should be considering in terms of its consideration outside of the plan, or is that the principal decision we need to make, that it's in the plan or it isn't?
Members need to consider all of the policies in the round, both the local plan and at national level. I would hope that my task is to set something out which members can read as a report and rest relatively assured that that's what I've done in terms of bringing national and local plan policy together. If I was drawn on it, it's about, that first line could be about semantics, because any application for the site at Broadwheel Road, well, in my interpretation, we're not talking about the site at Broadwheel Road, i.e. LP 41.5, we're talking about a part of that, a parcel of that land, which comprises the whole.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain.
Sorry, yeah, it was just coming back to my comments earlier about the school. So if we are only considering this portion of land and going forward a planning application comes in, on that LP42 where it mentions about ensuring the provision of satisfactory education facilities or the expansion of, if this other adjoining land isn't bought in or developed or doesn't allow the school to extend, would you then not automatically be going against that policy, LP42, because there's nowhere for the school to expand, say?
No, I don't think that's the case in relation to this parcel of land, and there's a couple of reasons for that. This... Oh, wait. This parcel of land is clearly, it's separate from the school site. There's no way that physically or spatially this parcel of land can provide any additional land for that school to expand. PCC Education have set out pretty clearly what they would require in terms of an expansion within the school site as is, and they are confident that there is sufficient space in spatial terms for the using the child multiplier index for the envisaged increase in pupils attending that school. There's space within that site to be accommodated. They also pointed out that across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough as a whole, there are a number of sites with higher pupil numbers on much smaller sites. The proposal that we've got in front of us, or rather the recommendation I've made through the report to members, is subject to the completion of a Section 106, but also this development would be still liable. And at the appropriate stage, at reserve matter stage, when it's understood the numbers in terms of floor space, square metre numbers, then that SIL bill will be established and we'll be able to understand if there is a shortfall, which the Education Authority would have to make up to accommodate either option 1 or option 2, which they've set out as being appropriate and acceptable to accommodate the extra pupil numbers.
Thank you. Any further questions? Right, I have two questions. Sorry, you want to come in? No, it's okay. Okay, I have two questions. We had two applications. One was refused in 2018, one in 2019. Master plan was one of the grounds, or one of the reasons of refusal. Why not now? That's one question. Secondly, looking at LP 42 now, I think what we need to remind ourselves that when we have statute or when we have policies, they're there to be followed. They're there to be followed. They have a purpose. So looking at the LP 42, it says any application for the site, a comprehensive master plan for the whole site. What don't you understand here? You know, I mean, I need some guidance on this. That any application for the site, a comprehensive master plan for the whole site. So my understanding is, and I want you to clarify me on this point, that there is a need for a master plan for the whole site if any application is made on any part of that land. So can you just explain to me what my understanding is and how can you convince me on this point?
Okay. Well, I don't want to repeat what I've said about the previous previous application and the reasons for refusal within that, but I do recognise that that reason 1 did reference a master plan. Just taking the wording that is on screen ahead of us now, any application for the site at Broadwell Road, well, I think I've made it quite clear that I don't consider this to be the site, it's just a parcel of the site. But it's important to note that the LPA and I am not recommending that we do away with the requirement for a master plan. It's about securing that master plan at the appropriate stage. When I don't want to drill down or get into a discussion about the potential or perceived shortcomings of the wording of this policy, but where it says any application for the site, there is a degree of latitude within that phrase, because would it be outline? Would it be full? Would it be an application to the LPA for a determination of whether prior approval is required for an agricultural building? There's no clarity within that first sentence. As it's an outline application, the LPA, we can only secure by condition a master plan or an idea in terms of layout by condition to be secured at reserve matter stage.
Thank you. Supplementary. If there's no clarity, then it could go either way, can't it? Do you not agree?
Either way in which regard, Chair?
I mean, when you're saying there's no clarity, that which part? So I'm saying if there's no clarity, then it will go either way.
Yes, understood. Yeah, and I think that comes down to the crux of the parish council's interpretation of what's been proposed and what's in front of us in terms of policy wording, and mine. There is a degree of subjectivity within that, yes.
Thank you. You want to come in? Yeah, please do.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, through you. So just to address this question of the master plan, which has been raised many times, both by members here and objectors through the planning process. Policy LP 42, as is up on the screen at the moment, correct, it does say any application, and we acknowledge that there is a conflict with the minor technical conflict with the wording of the development plan here in this application. The purpose of the requirement for a master plan was to ensure that you have a coordinated development. You don't have two entirely separate developments turning their back on each other and, you know, having no connectivity or anything like that. So I think it's worth mentioning some of the inspector's comments from the local plan inquiry. Now, in the original draft of the local plan, there was a requirement for any application on this site to be comprehensive and include the whole site. The inspector's comments are, however, this site is not in one ownership, and so such a requirement could frustrate the development of part of the site. The requirement of a master plan will be sufficient to ensure that development is designed and constructed in a cohesive manner. Consequently, I've modified this policy to remove the requirement for a comprehensive planning permission to be submitted. So the recognition at that time, you've got two separate landowners, they might not want to come forward for various reasons, or might not be able to come forward at the same time with a comprehensive development. So, notwithstanding that that policy says any, I think it's reasonable to take the view that as long as there's some indication that this site, or a clear indication that this site is going to be developed in a coordinated manner, we can take a slightly different view from what the local plan says. You can do that. You can. The law says planning applications should be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So we come to the conclusion that there are material considerations that kind of outweigh that minor conflict. That means reading the local plan as a whole. It means, are we satisfied that, given the information that we've got at the moment, that it can be developed comprehensively and that you're not going to have two bits turning their back on each other? Also, deliverability. Taking into account there's two separate ownerships, would refusing this frustrate the entire deliverability of that site and then undermine the purpose of the local plan? And finally, in the officer view, there was no harm from approving this outline planning application because the details of layout, design, etc. will come at a later stage, and at that stage, using condition 10, we can make sure the details do show an acceptable interface between the two developments and an acceptable layout. That means the whole thing can be developed comprehensively. And at that stage also, the part of the policy that requires consultation or high level of engagement with appropriate stakeholders, including the local community, that could take place at that stage, satisfying that part of the policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Harper, you want to come in?
Yeah, I just need to challenge or get some clarification on that. You mentioned what the inspector said, but at no point did you mention the inspector said there didn't need to be a master plan. It seemed to be they didn't want two separate developments, understand that back to back, not communicating. But it didn't say, but you don't need to have a master plan. So can you just, whether you read that again or whatever, I don't hear you saying the inspector said that can come out, that part.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So clearly the inspector took the view that the two parts of the development might come forward at different times, and then put this requirement on for a master plan. Now, my interpretation of that would be that if one parcel comes forward, they would need to demonstrate through some kind of a illustrative master plan, not a mandatory master plan, because you couldn't do that. You couldn't impose, if one parcel comes forward with that application, you can't impose a master plan on the rest of the site. You can only submit an illustrative master plan that shows how it would or could be developed. So I think that was what the inspector was thinking of, and that would be my interpretation of that. In this case, obviously, they haven't submitted a master plan, but taking everything in the round, everything into account, we've come to the conclusion that the intention behind that can be achieved via this condition that we're recommending.
Okay, Chair, I'm sorry to push the point, but it's something I'm sure we owe everybody in this room to dig deep. So if I understand this right, had the whole site come forward, a master plan would have been necessary and would have been conditioned, but because it's a part of the site, officers are saying that it doesn't apply in this case.
through you, Chair, if I may. I suppose to caveat the answer from the start, I would say it depends. If an outline application came in for the entirety of LP 41.5, the LPA wouldn't be able to secure that illustrative sketch layout because it's purely illustrative. So I suppose that's an example of where it wouldn't come through. In terms of comprehensive master plans for this application in isolation, the applicant could have provided 3, 4, 5, 15 different layouts which show some sort of development on the adjacent parcel of land. They could have been fine, they could have been requiring more work, but in any event, the LPA is unable to secure those by condition.
Thank you. Any further questions? If there are no further questions, I suggest we move to the debate. Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Hogg.
I'll throw myself into the fire on this occasion. So this is clearly very controversial, and I think particularly the fact that there's we're talking about a site, or a wider site, should I say, that has two different owners that, for whatever reason, are unable to come up with a cohesive plan at this stage. But as has been demonstrated, certainly to my to me, is the fact that, you know, this is just the first stage, and that we've got another stage to go forward, the reserved matters stage, and ultimately the requirement for a master plan really kind of kicks in at that point, not so much at this point anyway, because you know, has been told to us that, you know, if a master plan had come forward this time, it couldn't. This is just an outline permission, so it couldn't be mandated, because you know, that's the whole point of that second stage of the reserved matters, where we go into the details, specifically about connectivity between these two sites. I think, you know, there's some work to be done there. I'm glad to hear that the highways are willing to look at or take into consideration the needs of local farmers in terms of the traffic calming. That was a particular concern of mine, I have to say. So I think, you know, in terms of the density, in terms of the fact that, you know, we've got a developer here that is willing to, you know, that there's no argument about the social housing element. It's nice to see a developer coming forward without kind of excuses as to why that can't happen or what have you. So, and as I've said earlier, I think it's really important that our villages have the availability of social housing in the village, so that local people are able to access them, and they're not having to come into Peterborough or, you know, away from their, you know, family circle or what have you. So I think it's really important for village life that social housing is made available in the villages that people live. So from my point of view, I'm easy with allowing this to go through and to support the officer's recommendation. However, when we come to the reserved matter stage, I really do want to make sure that master plan is in place, and it does have you know, everything answered, and specifically the connectivity between the two sites is in place. So that's my position as it stands at the moment, but I am, as always, willing to hear what my colleagues on the committee have to say, and it may be that their persuasive argument may change my mind. I don't know.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard a lot about policy L42 of the local plan. To me, as you read out, it says there we need a comprehensive master plan for the whole site. I think that's the main thing of this plan application. It's been said that a comprehensive master plan would be needed, so I can't see why a comprehensive master plan cannot be made at this appropriate time for this planning application. Not go all through this, all down the line, and then later on find out that the other piece of land cannot be brought into this, to me that would be such a waste of time of officers' work and everybody's. So I'm looking at policy L42, especially when the parish councillors of Helpston, what they put forward. So I'm likely to vote against this planning application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jamil.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. It's one of those ones when you read what it says, it depends then what your interpretation is. I'm reassured by our officers saying that the master plan, there will be a time in the process when it will be needed. And that, for me, convinces me to go with officers' recommendation for now, because this is just an outline plan at this stage. A master plan, when it's needed, will be produced. Otherwise, there won't be any planning permission. So I'm convinced, and I will be going with officer recommendation.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Sorry, I need to come back straight away, Councillor Jamil. I didn't hear that. At no point did I hear a master plan would be, apart from obviously from where we were addressed by the supporter or the applicant. I didn't hear that, and what I did hear is that council officers can't do that because the red line is where it is. They can't push a developer, even when it gets to reserve matters, to put a master plan in for land that is not in the red line. So, just unless somebody wants to tell me different, I didn't hear that. Okay, local plan. 5 years it takes, on average, to put a local plan together. Consulted by members, consulted with the public, consulted with parish councils. Off to the Secretary of State. Listens to an appeal from Helpston Parish Council, comes up with some recommendations. Back to the council. Back out for consultation again, back to the council again to be approved. And here we are trying to blur the lines of one of our policies. It's pretty specific, and I totally agree with the officer. It is about semantics. I get that. I do get that. But again, that's a blur of the lines. A lot of work has gone into our local plan, and yes, material considerations can overrule parts of the local plan. We know that. That's why we're here as a committee. But in no way do I see that any these material considerations have overruled that policy LP42. I think it's pretty clear. The parish council are clear. The local residents are clear. The ward councillor is very clear. His disappointment that we're trying to blur those lines. At this stage, and I can't see it changing, I can't support officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp.
I first wonder if you may indulge me, Chair, are we able just to clarify the point that Councillor Harper's rightly raised in challenge to Councillor Jamil in relation to the condition for a future reserve matters application?
Yeah, can we get a clarity on that, if you don't mind? I think that's quite important.
Well, I'm more than happy to attempt to clarify any question, but if we could just revisit the question through you, Chair, please.
Can you do it, please? I think you're the one who raised it, challenged it.
If I ask that question?
Yeah, please do.
Right. Councillor Jamil said that he was more than happy, not debating his decision or his comments, that he felt, or appeared to feel, that at reserve matters stage, the master plan would come forward. My challenge is, that's not what's been said, because the master plan can't be put in place for the reserve matters stage because we're still within the red line. You can't condition or ask for that on a piece of land that's not up for the application. Is that correct?
You're correct, Councillor Harper.
Okay, I think that's it. It's as clear as that. It's either yes or no, isn't it? And I'm pretty sure I heard, if it's not within the development or the application, it would be unfair to put a condition on them. So I'm correct, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hussain?
Yeah, so similar sort of reservations to what Councillor Harper's just mentioned about the reserve matters, about the long-term thing. The one thing, the concern I have here is, we as a council, we always talk about development, and I've always been this committee knows I'm very pro-development. If you ask me about this pocket of land, should there be houses on it, I'd say yes, but it has to be in the right way. With these plans, with these local plans, with the master plan, you would consider, like I've been talking about this, today, about school places, about the highways, about the congestion near the crossing. So all of that would be considered. Without that, I feel that it wouldn't be considered, and I think that building houses on this plot of land without that would impact the residents of that village. So at the moment, I can't support officers on this.
Thank you. Councillor Casey?
Thank you, Chair. I found the presentation by the Parish Council and also the objectors extremely compelling. It was very succinct and actually pointed straight at the problem and the dilemma that we're facing today. Also, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Over for his presentation as well. He goes back, he has a long-standing connection with the area. He went back to 25 years in his presentation. He knows the area really well. He feels passionately about how the area's developed. He's seen the mistakes. He wants to see things done properly. And as far as I can see, if you have a master plan and you have a plan, and it's a good plan, then you stand less chance of failing. And what comes to mind as soon as I hear the word plan, I think, those who fail to plan to fail. And I think that's something that was going straight through my mind when I was watching this. So for me, it was a very compelling argument to reject this application on this occasion. And that's where I am at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Warren?
Thank you, Chair. And with this application, I'm minded to go with the officer's recommendation. I look at this as being an outline plan. I understand the sentiments with the Parish Council and the Ward Councillor that we need a master plan. I do understand with the condition number 10 that we're not getting a full master plan, but it is an outline plan. We are going to see a full plan going forward that's going to look at the connectivity and the sensitivity of nature. We understand this is a rural application and it has to be dealt with in a sensitive matter. But this being an outline plan, I'm going to go with officer's recommendation with the knowledge and with the stuff that I'm happy with it, that a plan will come forward that will be sensitive to the nature of the local development area.
Thank you. Councillor Hogg?
So just about this, whether or not the master plan can be enforced or not enforced, either we are of the opinion that it can't be enforced, in which case we can't enforce it now, or we're saying that it can be enforced, and so therefore we can actually wait until the reserve matters to then enforce it. Would be my summary of the situation. That ultimately it may well be that officers are uneasy about the master plan being, not giving you the full guarantee that the master plan can absolutely be enforced at the next stage. But ultimately, we as a committee would be able to say, well, actually, we feel that at this stage we're now saying that LP41 is paramount to us, and we feel that we need to make sure that the master plan is in place and does, essentially allays our fears on all the matters that we want it to address. Because it's a reserve matters application, the application is going to have far more detail to it, so that you can actually pick away at and look at that detail and say, well, actually, this element we're not keen on, and that's the reason why we feel that it doesn't meet the needs of the neighbourhood plan and the local plan, and so therefore we're pushing it out. As this stage at the moment, we're just saying this is a plot of land which should have this many houses. This is an outlying plan that we've got before us. It's in the local plan to say that this plot, or this plot of land plus the other plot, has been identified as one for development. So I'm not entirely sure why we would want to it's almost like we're turning our back on the local plan by saying, actually, we don't want this to go forward. You know, unless we're saying there are too many houses, that the density of this, which I've not heard, that, you know, it's down to the density of housing, that, you know, that it needs to be half as many houses on this plot, then I could understand you going, well, actually, that's a reason to throw it out. I think this master plan thing is a side issue, in the fact that actually the appropriate stage, as identified by our officers, is to deal with that at the reserve matter stage, when we have more detail in front of us. I think absolutely needs to come back to planning committee, and not just be left to officers to rubber stamp or what have you. And that essentially remains my position.
Councillor Hopper.
We are in debate, so I have to debate that one. There seems to be this sort of misunderstanding, or whatever you want to call it, that a master plan can come forward. If this is the only plot that comes forward at reserve matter, just this bit we've looked at, so let's say, for instance, it's got outline permission, it then comes back reserve matters, there is no way this council can put a master plan, or force that developer to put a master plan together on the other bit of land that sits next to it. It can't. It would go straight to somewhere like appeal to say it's an unfair condition, and we would lose that. So, perhaps if people are thinking, well, when it gets to reserve matters, we can talk about the master plan then, officially, no, you can't, because they still don't have to do it. So, they are linked, you know, outline and reserved about the plot. I'm not particularly, I don't have a particular problem with the plot or the density. We don't even know what they look like yet, but that's a reserve matters thing. We don't know where the grass is. We don't know where the play areas are. We don't know any of that. I've not got an issue with any of that at this point. What I'm saying is, even if you give it Outlook now, when it comes outline, not Outlook, I've got my computer on, outline, when it comes to reserve matters, this committee and officers will not be able to put condition that the rest of that area has a master plan. It's as simple as that. So, in my view, if you're looking for that master plan to be at reserve matters, you should reject this application, because it's not going to happen.
Councillor Jamil, you want to come back?
I do. I'm still with Councillor Hogg on this one. I think anyone who wants to develop that will think that through as to what the next stage is going to be. This is the outline plan here. This is just the start of the process. So I would have thought anything else that needed doing will come in time. That's my line. That's the way I'm looking at it. You know, I don't think any developer would put anything through unless they knew what they were doing. So therefore, I'm still waiting to be convinced.
Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'm quite inclined to what Councillor Jamil and Councillor Hogg are saying. It is an outline application. You know, reserve matters is quite comprehensive. So at this stage, I'm inclined to go with officer recommendations.
Councillor Hopper.
Sorry, Chair, just to clarify, I am not for this application.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. As ever, a little bit of a quandary in this one. I'm hearing both sides of the debate, and aligned to that, I think both objectors, in form of the Parish Council and others, and the developer put forward positive cases, and you can understand elements of their case. My starting point in LP 42 was the word any, so I read that as any, i.e. 10%, 20%, 100% of the application site, it's considered any. However, most of my focus in the thinking in my head has been around 5.6 and 5.7 in the report, because what the what the officers are saying, for me, this debate point around the master plan is they are omitting the master plan is a technical omission. My understanding and my interpretation of what's being said is that, however, if the applicant had brought forward a master plan, it was kind of irrelevant anyway because it was only indicative. So I'm struggling with how relevant the master plan point actually is, because as we've heard further down, I've heard from officers and further down in the report, and from the applicant, from the developer, that there is consideration for the other parcels of land and ensuring that there's adequate access and so on, and that would be considered at reserve matters. And there's still that opportunity that when it comes to reserve matters, is the application in compliant with LP 42? That is still a valid consideration. So that's where my quandary lies, because I have, as I said about the NE piece in LP 42, it is technically outside of LP 42. However, as we know, under a number of other applications that we reviewed at this committee, you can work outside that, and the officers have made a case for it. So I'm still debating it in my own mind, but that's exactly where my thought process is, and I think would urge those that are still wavering, like myself, to review 5.6 to 5.8 in terms of the officer's report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further debate? All right, no, I need to say something about this. Well, firstly, I want to say that we had a very healthy debate. Both parties, I think, presented their case in a very elegant way. And this is a difficult one. I must admit, this is a difficult one. But applying my lawyer skills and looking at the policies, obviously rules and policies are there for a purpose, aren't they? They're not just there for the sake of it. I feel that the developer is being favoured in a way. That's the impression I'm getting. That's my opinion, right? Because if you look at the policy, I mean, look at the refusals. 2018, 2019, refused, and master plan was one condition of refusal at that time. What has changed now? Why can't it be a condition now? So that's a thing that's stuck in my mind. Then looking at the policy, reading at it, and any application, master plan for the whole site. That means anywhere, right? It's clear. So I understand the officers did provide an explanation, but I am not convinced. Now, yes, we can, distance ourselves from the LP based on the fact that if you have any relevant material considerations to consider, then we could distance ourselves. But on this occasion, I'm not convinced that any material considerations have come to me that I should distance myself from the policy. So as a whole, I personally think if we want the master plan to come forward, the best way forward is a rejection. If you reject this application today, then both of the developers will need to sit down and find a way out. This is a message that I feel that we need to give to both the developers. Why are not they sitting down? So if we decide, I mean, this is where I'm coming, if we decide to reject it today, I think that's an opportunity for the master plan to come in force. That's a great opportunity for the policy to be enforced properly, and both the developers will know, and there's a clear message from the council that we need to sit down and find a way out. So on that basis, I am not minded to go in favour of the officer's recommendation. Councillor Harper.
I have a proposal when you're ready, Chair. Oh, sorry, you didn't say yes. I didn't know if you finished debate, so I'm just waiting.
Debate's finished. I thought you wanted to rebut me for some reason. I thought you wanted to come back to me.
No.
So, debate's done. I mean, I said the final say. Okay, so in that case, if the debate is concluded, can we have a proposer? Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And could I just also, just before I do that, congratulate everybody on a good debate. Thank you. I think the people in this room deserve that. And at least whatever happens, the outcome, they can at least go away knowing that we did discuss this at length. My proposal is that we go against officers' recommendations, we refuse this application because it doesn't accord with policy LP 42. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hussain, you want to second it? Yeah, Councillor Hussain wants to second it. Right, so in that case, all those who are in favour of Councillor Harper's recommendation, where is my paperwork? All right, I'll put my hand up. Yeah. Can you announce? All right, and all those against? Yeah. Any abstentions? Can you announce the result, please?
Thank you, Chair. That's 5 in favour, 6 against, so the application has been granted. Thank you.
Oh, hang on, Chair, that's not true, is it? The application has been, or my proposal has been refused. Do you need another proposal?
Okay, that's fine. Need another proposal then. Councillor Hogg.
Unsurprisingly, I would like to propose that we accept officers' recommendations and allow the application to go forward.
Councillor Jamil, you want to second that?
Certainly do.
Right, all those in favour of it? Got the numbers? All those against? Any abstentions? Can we have the result, please?
I believe that was 5 in favour and 5 against. Is there one missing?
We didn't have any abstention, did we?
Could we go to the vote again, please?
Yes, please do. Right. All those in favour of Councillor Hogg's motion, recommendation, sorry.
Yeah,
6. And all those against? Any abstentions? No.
So that's 6 in favour and 5 against.
So the officer's recommendation is?
Yeah, approved.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, members, we had a very lengthy debate. Would you like to have a 5-minute comfort break? Yes? Okay, 5 minutes comfort break and start on item number 2. Right. Item 5.2. If I could ask the concerned officer to introduce the item, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and afternoon members. So the application for you today consists of the demolition of existing buildings and construction of 4 affordable dwellings, including car parking, infrastructure and landscaping, at 10 The Crescent in Alton Longville. So this slide here just shows the location, so southwest of Peterborough City Centre, located in the Ortons, and then to the right-hand side you have the red line image, which shows the application site at the end of the cul-de-sac. This site here is just to highlight the access route, so access is through the Crescent, a single track road, and then the bottom right image shows that is highways adopted land. Some images of the site, so views east from the cul-de-sac and towards the site. Top right, another image of the application site at the moment, vacant and boarded up. And then the bottom 2 images are towards the entrance of the cul-de-sac and then the parking areas of the application site. More views southwest of the elevation towards the properties that go along the Crescent as the access route, views across the street scene, and then just more images of the application site and the bin storage areas. So this is the existing site plan. 2-storey towards the front, and then a large single-storey extension to the rear. The existing elevations, the existing floor plans. So currently there's 13 rooms used as a hostel, homeless shelter in the past, in its previous planning history. And then this is a proposed site plan. So the reason for committee today is councillors called in due to overdevelopment, concerns with highways, secondary impacts, and then amenity issues as well. So in terms of the footprint, the existing building area is 288 square metres, whilst proposed is only 222. The existing floor space is 400 square metres, while the proposed development would be 659 square metres. It should be noted that due to the proposed development being over 2 storeys, the floor space would be greater. In terms of buildings per hectare, it would be 144 for the existing, down to 44. So in terms of density and overdevelopment, us, the LPA, accept that it would not be deemed overdevelopment of the site. And next slide. These are some of the existing elevations. So this is house type A, plots 1 and 2. Proposed, sorry. And then these are the proposed floor plans as well. So you've got 2 units in the one house type A. These ones would be compliant with the National Described Space Standards and then fully accessible as well. These are proposed elevations for house type B. Very similar, but house type B is slightly greater in floor print, about 10% greater in size. And then these are the images as well. Fairly similar, it's a mirrored layout with side-facing windows, which will be obscure glazed, and then solar panels on top. These are the street elevations, so I'm not sure if you can see from the screen, but in the blue dashed line is the existing elevation, well, the existing building currently, so you can note the ridge height is slightly higher. The existing ridge height is 5.3 metres, while the proposed is 7.8, but from the street level here, you can sort of see that it will be in line with the existing properties around. Typically, 2 stories are 7 metres, 8 metres in height. And then to, I guess, shed further light on any amenity concerns, the agent has provided cross-sections from various angles to sort of highlight the outlook of the surrounding neighbours. So this one shows the outlook of the existing and proposed from 7 Royal Close. So you can note that the outlook at 25-degree angle from a ground floor window would surpass, not go through the proposed elevations. Again, from 2 The Crescent and 1 Royal Close, you'll note that there's an adequate separation distance. In the officer report, as noted, there's at least 25 metres back to back, again, which would be deemed acceptable. And then from 5 The Crescent as well, you'll note that the sightline just misses the top ridge height of the proposed development. And then just to highlight the parking, if we go back, concerns are raised about the number of spaces provided. Currently, there are 6 spaces. And then the proposed development would increase this to 8 spaces. So as per the local plan, it's 2 spaces per dwelling. So in policy compliance terms, it is acceptable. There was a mention about no allocation for visitor parking. The local plan policy 13 states that 6 dwellings or more would need to allocate parking for visitor placements. So as this falls below that threshold, there is no requirement for the agent to provide such. And I believe that is it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 people registered to speak on this item. Committee, we have received a request from ward councillors Graham, Casey and Heather Spickstead to speak on this item. Do committee agree with the ward councillors to speak? Thank you. Permission granted. Let me finish before you start. I know you're very eager. Can I ask the ward councillors to address the committee? You will have 10 minutes between you and wish to address the committee. The Democratic Services Officer will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and when the time has lapsed. When you are ready, if you can please switch on your mic and start speaking, and please stay seated. Committee members may have questions for you. You may proceed now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've decided I'll keep my presentation below 2 hours. Good afternoon, members. As you can see from the report, many of my points seem to have already been covered. However, I believe that some questions still remain. Let me begin by saying that I'm not opposed to the development. Indeed, I agree with officers that the proposed properties will enhance the cul-de-sac, replacing a building that seems strangely at odds with its neighbours. I am pleased that the development takes a fabric-first approach using high levels of insulation along with solar panels. I'm also pleased that each property has 2 parking spaces. So far, so good. However, you'll see from my submission I called the application in on 5 points. Point 1 referred to the concerns over overdevelopment, and I'm happy to see that officers' calculations regarding the density of the proposed development, and I bow to their expertise in this matter. It's one of those things you don't get as part of the report before you've seen the report being written, so I was pleased to be able to see that. Point 2 referred to concerns about the increase in traffic resulting from the new development. Those of you that came to the site visits on Friday will have seen that the site is accessed via a single track. The proposed houses have the potential to add movements of 8 vehicles to the existing number. Can Highways confirm that this is in line with the number of movements that used to occur when the hostel is in operation? So I'm there looking to see if there's an increase, a possible increase in traffic there. Point 3 refers to the law of unintended consequences. Whilst I'm happy that the proposed development includes 2 parking spaces for each property, my query about the impact of visitors seems to be unanswered, although it seems as if it's just been answered, and it seems as if the difference is the number of properties that are going to be developed. This is 4, and it would have been investigated had there been 6. This is quite key, because actually visiting people aren't just friends and neighbours, they're actually workers and service engineers, which sometimes can be parked for days on end. Now you can, or days, but you can see from when we visited on Friday, parking in that area is a nightmare, really. I'm not going to go into that because my colleague is going to go into that later, so I won't mention that. But you will have all seen that residents currently have to park on the grass, and that's one of my main concerns. Point 4 was the construction phase. Whilst I accept that there will inevitably be some disruption caused, my desire is that the impact on existing residents is minimised to the maximum extent. For me, condition C9 is key. I am pleased that a banksman will be in place to ensure that vehicles can access the site without queuing, and it must be remembered that there is not a lot of space in the cul-de-sacs to manoeuvre large vehicles. The bins are emptied on Thursdays, and I know I've been there when they've tried to turn round or they've had to reverse in. When it's icy, it's very close with the buildings on the corner. The location of site within Alton Longville Village also needs consideration, especially when drawing up a plan for contractor and visitor parking. The surrounding roads are equally narrow, and I would ask that consideration or considerate parking be always encouraged. I must also ask that seamless lines of communication be established between neighbouring residents. This will enable key construction dates to be promulgated and any issues and grievances to be aired and addressed straight away. Finally, I come to my request for the consideration for some S106 money to address some of the existing parking issues. Admittedly, I was being cheeky, but this is where officers shot me down in flames. Sadly, as the long-standing member of this committee, I'm bound to agree with their response about the unreasonableness of this in planning terms. It could and probably would be challenged. However, S106 is only one of the options, and I'm aware that PCC retains a percentage of SIL money for Alton Longville, which is shared with the parish council. Could a solution be via that route? Can a condition be added for officers to monitor the impact of the development on the parking amenity of existing neighbours? This would ensure that if there is a deterioration, it can be flagged quickly and a solution found.
Thank you. Exactly 5 minutes. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will continue with what Graham has been telling us a lot about the parking situation, and that's something I want to expand upon. From a resident's point of view, there are particular issues because the houses 1, 3, 5 and 7 have no parking space. And where this is not part of the application, this leads to parking on the grassy area, which is not ideal. It gets very muddy in the winter, people get blocked in, and it creates issues when people visit. With this development, this problem will increase to a large extent because there'll be 4 new dwellings with visitors coming and going. And this will cause issues of access and problems for highways. I can foresee many complaints coming through the residents about this. So the current issues will worsen, and what I see is we can't take this development in isolation to the existing site. We need to be proactive rather than reactive because I can foresee the problems that will occur. For some reason, I don't know why that's happened, it's historic, that people have to park on the grass, and it's not ideal in any way. So there are many areas in the ward where we can't be proactive like this, it's not possible. But as we're having a new development, it seems it's an ideal time to preempt the issues that could occur. I believe that the plan itself is suitable, but the issue needs to be taken into this issue should be taken into account, as it's a unique little cul-de-sac with some very old dwellings, narrow road into the area, and houses without parking. So it has some sort of unique features, if you like. So what I would say is, can the proposal take account of this unique issue and consider a plan to mitigate the likely problems that will occur? Communicate with highways about creating a hard-standing area where the grass currently is, in combination with the development that's going to be taking place. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You went slightly over 5 minutes. I'll let you off. Members, any questions? Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Councillors, so listening to what you've been saying, effectively you are content with the conditions that are set out. There's nothing in there that doesn't address your fears. Of course, I understand you're both concerned about the parking, which we can discuss a bit later with officers, you know, as the debate goes on. But as an application within that red line, you are content.
I suppose I would like to add that extra condition about whether or not monitoring can be made of what the impact of the construction, because I'm worried that we're going to have lots of large construction vehicles attending. You're going to also have developers and workmen actually turning up to work on them. Where are they going to park? And I think that management plan needs to be key. What we don't want is loads of vans being scattered around that top of the village, causing issues for other roads like Royal Close and around the Green. So that needs to be thought through. The management plan also needs to have communication and good communications with residents. So similar, really, we've had the Gloucester Centre development, and they've been very proactive in sending letters out to neighbouring residents, which has been really good. But I'd like to have that same system for residents in this area. What we don't want is any surprises. And really, ideally, what we want is that condition about looking at the possibility of sill or some way of getting that corner that everyone parks on, which is highly not ideal, because you have number one, the Crescent, has got a drive, but it hasn't got a road going to the drive because of all of them are like that. They're all like that. 1, 3, 5, and 7 have got drives, but no access to them for their vehicles. So they're all parking on that grass. So what we're looking for is, we've got this development. Wouldn't it be great if we had a solution to a problem that's there without exacerbating it? So, and that's really what I'm asking committee to look at in your debate, but also when you come to your decision.
Councillor Harper, you have a supplementary?
Yeah, I'm just going to come back on that, really. The fact that my question was, that red line is the application that we're looking at, and you'll know from my time as chair here that we have to be careful about going outside something that's not in the control of the applicant. And what we're here to do is decide for the applicant. Now, notwithstanding what you said, I totally agree with that would be a good thing to look at. But take that aside just for a minute. The actual red line boundary there and the development that's likely to go, or is wanting to go in that by this developer, are you content with that?
I would say that yes, but I think it's difficult to see it in isolation like that. You've got to see the effect on the local amenity, what's going on in that. It's a very, like I said, a very small, unique little cul-de-sac. And just to take that on its own, it would be foolish, because it would create many problems. But the actual buildings themselves, yes, I think they fit in with that area. But it was going to create problems if we don't look at the whole situation.
Yeah, I agree with that totally, and obviously that's our job to bring that up with officers in a minute. I'm not debating that with you, but with the rest of it, I understand, and I think everybody hears you. But the actual build and all the rest of it, we can effectively, in my view, I can put that aside. That's done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? In that case, thank you very much. You may now return to your seats or to the gallery. Yep. Right.
Good afternoon. My name is John Robinson.
Wait. Okay, thank you. Now, can I ask Camelia Burgess and Justin Bainton, the agent, to address the committee? Is that correct? Or is everybody looking at the surprise? Okay. So you'll have 5 minutes between you in which to address the committee. The Democratic Service Officer will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and when the time has lapsed. When you're ready, if you could please switch on your mic and start speaking. Thank you. In the middle one, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. As you've heard, Cross Keys Homes seeks planning permission for the demolition of the existing building and redevelopment to provide 4 affordable homes. The site is currently vacant, having been last used to provide temporary accommodation. The existing building is of low aesthetic quality, is not fit for purpose, and it does not meet the Cross Keys Homes standards. Furthermore, it does not contribute positively towards the character and appearance of the area. It is therefore proposed for demolition. Cross Keys Homes wish to redevelop the site to provide 2 affordable rented homes and 2 shared ownership homes with a mix of 2 and 3 bedrooms. The proposed dwellings will provide permanent family accommodation to help meet the needs of local people. Statistics provided by the council show approximately 2,500 households were on the housing register in September of last year. The provision of affordable housing is considered a significant benefit of the proposals. As set out within the committee report, there are no technical objections subject to conditions. The housing strategy team was supportive of the application, commenting that they were pleased to see that Cross Keys Homes were bringing forward this affordable housing scheme. However, objections were received from local residents and concerns were raised by 2 ward councillors who we've just heard from. These are largely related to the quantum of development, visitor parking and traffic down the Crescent and parking. With regard to the first point, quantum of development is considered the proposed quantum of development is considered suitable for the site. It will provide high quality living space, outdoor amenity space, car and cycle parking and a landscape frontage. The density is also characteristic of the area. And the footprint is approximately 65 square metres than the existing building, less. It is also relevant to note that the proposed density is the minimum level of development required for the scheme to be viable. With regard to visitor parking, the application is providing 2 spaces per dwelling. This is considered more than sufficient given the sustainable location with good access to facilities and services locally. However, while car parking arrangement is considered acceptable, as a general principle, car ownership is lower in affordable rented housing. Therefore, if members desire, one of the car parking spaces for affordable rented homes could be reallocated for visitor parking. In terms of operational traffic down the road, down the Crescent, the proposed development will provide the same level of car parking as the existing use. Accordingly, it will have no greater transport impact. The Highways Authority did not identify any unacceptable transport impacts and thus have not objected to the application. The impact of construction traffic will be mitigated through a construction management plan, which will be imposed by condition. This will ensure measures are in place to make sure highway safety and function are maintained. In conclusion, the proposed development will provide 4 affordable homes in a sustainable location to meet a local need. This is considered a significant benefit. All material considerations have also been satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Councillor Hogg.
You've kind of alluded to the answer to my question, but I was wondering if you might be able to give me a more specific answer, but don't worry if you can't. So you alluded to the fact that car ownership for affordable housing, be it rent or shared ownership, is generally lower than 2 per household. Do you know roughly what that figure is?
It's generally lower for affordable rented. I wouldn't say for shared ownership, and that's more of a 1 per dwelling basis. So that would leave a surplus of 2 spaces.
Any more questions? Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair, and for you, just a very quick one. In terms of the traffic, has any traffic modelling been done with the proposal in terms of vehicle movements? Because there was obviously a comment from the ward councillors in relation to vehicle movements of the proposed new versus the existing. So I just wondered what the ratio was.
No, we haven't done that because the capacity of the proposed development is very similar to that of the previous, the same level of car parking spaces. The previous site had, I can't recall what the case officer said in terms of rooms, but I think it was slightly greater. So I don't imagine it would have a greater impact than the existing.
Thank you. Any further questions? No, thank you. You may now return to the public gallery. Members, any questions for officers? Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Chair. As I've already mentioned when I was speaking to the councils, it's not for committee to decide how to deal with parking on the other side of the road from this. However, quite rightly, it would be wrong also of us to just say, well, it's nothing to do with us. And I'm sure that officers will tell us we can't condition anything like that. But it would be nice if we could get some sort of assurance from officers and highways, etc., that they will look into finding or surveying the area and looking for some sort of plan for the future. I think that may at least address the ward councillors and the local residents' fears about parking, not to be confused with this application as such.
No, yeah, thank you for that. Similar to the previous application, we're wholly dealing with the proposal within the red line. As stated in the officer report, it's acceptable parking terms, they've got a decent provision, and the provision by the councillors for a section 106 would be very unreasonable in this instance. Usually planning obligations and section 106s tend to meet some sort of shortfall or negative connotation with a development. But in this instance, in the officer report, it's acceptable with all sort of policy considerations. So again, it would probably be very unreasonable and unjust. Yeah, it wouldn't need any mitigation otherwise. The applicant's cost would be unreasonable to them as well. The grass verge is on highways land, and I'm sure Sarah could confirm that other matters in the highways legality would need to be sought in order for that to be turned into hard standing or extra parking. Again, that's a matter dealt with outside of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right, I have a question. Both of the councillors in their address mentioned that when the construction, if the application goes through, during the construction there'll be a lot of vehicle movement. So do we have a construction management plan in place?
Thank you, Chair. We have C9 for the construction management plan, which would involve looking at the access arrangements, the haul routes, and protection measures, like wheel wash, etc., to ensure there's no disturbance. But as pointed out earlier on, it's a single track access into the site. Construction, we can't stop it from happening. It's going to happen. Again, yes, it'd be unreasonable to sort of take that into consideration. Yeah, there's only a single access into the site, so it's more of a situation that came, from the planning of this estate back then, in terms of the lack of driveways, the lack of alternative access routes. There's not much, again, we can do about it. But in terms of the number of vehicles coming in and out of the site, the proposed and existing car ownership would probably be similar. So as the Highways Authority said, there would be no implications from that point of view.
Thank you. Any questions? No? In that case, then we will move to the debate. Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So I understand the frustrations of local councillors in terms of this parking issue, but I'm not really sure that it has any place for this committee or this application.
Sorry? I don't have anybody here on my list. Sorry, I don't have your name here.
Pardon?
The name's not here.
Who are you calling?
You said you wanted to speak?
John Robinson, I am.
Yeah, I know, but I don't have your name here.
Well,
as a registered speaker.
I called last week on Tuesday, and the lady took my name, and she said she would contact Connor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I think we will allow you to speak. Okay then, apologise for that, but you're not on the list, that's why I didn't mention your name, but please do go ahead. Thank you.
I've been a resident in the Crescent for 74 years, man and boy. Now, we've always had parking problems with vehicles from across from the hostel. I live at number 11 at the end, and I've got my own little driveway, but they park there, and then you can't get into your own property, so you have to be removed. Now, if we're going to have 4 properties built, and there's 2 couples to each property, and they've all got vehicles, that's 8 vehicles. That's without siblings, boys or girls, or whatever. And we think that's far too many vehicles, and they'll be parking on the roads, on the grass, everywhere, in front of our houses. And that's why we're opposing this application. There's also another situation as well. The more vehicles there are in them parking bays, over the years, I've had 2 vehicles that's backed out from the parking bays and hit 2 of my vehicles. My neighbour next door, who's no longer with us, I'm afraid, she's had her vehicle been reversed into, sort of thing. So the more vehicles, the worse it becomes. And, well, you know, it's going to be mayhem, I think, really. I mean, 1, 3 and 5, they haven't got any parking bays. They have to park at the corner. Numbers 7, 9 and me 11, we've got our own driveway, so we don't have to park on any roads or anything like that. But we just think 4 properties, 2 would have been more than enough with about 4 vehicles. At the moment, there's, from the hostel point of view, there's about 5 parking spaces, you know. So it's going to be a nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions? No. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we could proceed with the debate then. Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I was at the point of saying that the parking situation on the other side of the road is not a matter for this committee to look at. I would certainly urge ward colleagues to maybe reach out to the parish council and maybe use some of their community leadership fund to maybe see if that's something that could be done in terms of highways and be able to fund it that way, even if it's only a part contribution. That they may be persuaded to put some sort of solution in. But it's not a matter for today, and it's not a matter for this application. I'm convinced that the parking provision for this site is more than adequate. Certainly my own experience of houses such as this, that they're not fully utilised in terms of the parking spaces, and that you know, worst case scenario, if a visitor comes, they can park across the 2 parking bays that are available for that house. So I don't think they're going to add to the problem. I don't think they're going to take away from the problem, but they're not going to add to the problem that currently exists in terms of parking. Yet again, you know, I'm a very strong supporter of the need for more social housing, specifically shared ownership, but also affordable rent. And I thank Koski Homes for bringing this forward. You know, this is 100% social housing development, and it's far more appropriate for this area than what is currently in place. The building that was before has done its job. It is no longer fit for purpose. It needs to be teared down. Does it need to be replaced with one that does the same job? I think this is a much better solution for the area. And so, you know, cutting it as short as I can, I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to contribute to the debate? Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's I do agree with Councillor Hogg that the proposal is a better proposal than what is currently there. I was disappointed. I thought the building was okay. You know, it seemed like a bit of a waste from the site visit. Maybe it could have been repurposed, but I think we're not the developers. But there is a big need for, you know, social housing, affordable housing. So, you know, 4 more units in the city that can help people find the right accommodation is welcome. In regards to the residents' concern on parking, I think there's adequate, you know, with 8 parking spaces for the type of units. I think that's, for me, that's more than enough. Also, from the site visit, I believe the proposal is built further into the site, so the actual parking bays are closer in, you know, to away from the road, meaning that hopefully the residents won't have that problem where people have reversed out into their vehicles because the vehicles are going to be parked further away. So, yeah, I'll be supporting the application.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Jamil?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I will be supporting this proposal. I actually think it's a breath of fresh air in the sense that social housing with car parking as well. You know, how often have we seen places get converted or built and there's no parking? I do feel for the councillors and I feel for the residents as well, it's a problem that's right across the city, not limited to that area. But unfortunately, within the confines of this application, I just think that the parking and the application is adequate.
Anybody else? I'd just like to say one thing. I think both councillors, and especially Councillor Case, is being slightly cheeky. That's my opinion. That the problem is already there, and what you're trying to do is, because the developer's there, you're trying to get as much you can out of the developer. Good try. You know, that shows you, you're a good councillor. Overall, I'm in favour of the recommendation of the officers, and in that case, if there's no further debate, can I have a proposer? Councillor Hogg.
Just to approve, basically.
Seconder?
As laid out.
Councillor Sharp,
papers.
all in favour? Raise your hands. Against? Any abstentions? Can we have the result, please?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimous. The application has been granted.
Thank you. Item number 5.3. And I understand, Councillor Mahmood, you would like to speak on it, if you'd like to come and take a seat here. Right, when you're ready, can I ask the concerned officer to introduce the item, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So this presentation is regarding the development to 33 Chisenhale. It's a proposed principal extension and a first floor rear extension. So we've got a picture of where the site is located, so we can see it is on the cul-de-sac of Chisenhale. More specifically, it is within the 24 to 35 offshoot of the main cul-de-sac. These are the existing elevations of the property. Please note on the southern elevation we can see the main feature of the cat slide roof. So I've just got some pictures of what the property looks like of current. So again we can see the cat slide roof. It's important to note that there is a 2019 extant permission which is for a extension to the principal elevation and a extension to the rear elevation as well. So I want to focus mainly on this extension to the principal elevation where we can see the partial loss of the cat slide roof. But the wooden features beside the cat slide roof, they do remain. Again, this is just a picture of the south proposed from the 2019 permission. So we've got the proposed floor plans and elevation for the current proposal, which is what we are discussing today. So we can see it's the secondary extension on the south elevation, which will house a staircase, and it is the two-storey extension to the rear as well. So again, we've got another picture which is better showing the southern elevation. So basically you can see it facilitates the complete loss of the prominent cat slide wood beam features, and it makes it incredibly out of character for the area, as the cul-de-sac of Chisenhale has a very established character of having cat slide roofs on all of the properties. This is a feature which was built when the cul-de-sac was built, and it is something that has been maintained throughout the whole entire estate. So this is the view looking directly down into 24 to 35 Chisenhale. We can see at the bottom here, can you see my cursor? So this is where the extensions will be. So they will be visible, they will be prominent from as soon as you turn into the area. Please note also the surrounding, you can see the cat-slide roofs for all of the dwellings. So then this is transversing from the bottom of 24 up to 35 Chisenhale, where again it will be incredibly prominent and it will be incredibly visible. Then this is another picture just showing the surrounding area and again showing the cat-slide roofs. So this proposal was objected to by the parish council on the same grounds as the officer's recommendation, for the reason of it being incredibly out of character for the area and it not responding accurately or respectfully to the local built forms of development. That's it.
Thank you very much. Now, we have one speaker on this item, Councillor Mahmood. We've given you permission to speak on this occasion, but in future, if you could just bear one thing in mind, that you are required to respond via email that you want to speak. On this occasion, we'll allow you. You'll have 10 minutes to address the committee. When there are 30 seconds left, the Democratic Service person will let you know. So when you're ready, can you proceed? And once you've done your address, I would like to stay seated. Committee members may wish to ask you questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'd like to thank members for their discretion in allowing me to speak for this application. I think my main sort of concerns are around precedents within the area of development. So number 25, which is opposite number 33, as of last week, was granted permission for a double-storey extension to the side, and it's actually a smaller plot. The other thing to note as well is number 40, which is on the right-hand side of number 33. That also has had a similar application granted. So yeah, my main issue is around with this application. You can see there has been consultations. There have been no objections to this application. The other thing that I would like to note is that I strongly feel that this application would provide a good, positive impact to the area. I think it promotes positive development, and I think it is within keeping of the area. I think it raised the roof a little bit. So yeah, I think it's just that it's with regards to precedent. If we're allowing such sort of development around the area, I don't see why this should be any different.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Councillor Harper.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you, yes, Councillor. It's just really, you mentioned other properties. Did they lose their cat-slide roofs for those developments? Or is that what they would lose?
No.
Any more questions? Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, do you have a question? Councillor Casey.
Thank you. I was just wondering about your connection with, do you have a connection with the property? I'm just wondering how, as a councillor from a different ward, whether or not, what...
The short answer is no. I'm quite familiar with the area.
Okay.
I truly believe that within Peterborough, it's one of the nice areas, and that cul-de-sac is quite nice. But no, it was just, I picked it up initially when the application was refused. The initial application was refused, and I thought that was quite a hesitant decision. I don't think it was quite well thought out. I think it promotes positive development. Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions? Right, Councillor Mahmood, the real issue is the design. And the officer's given you a presentation. According to your opinion, do you think that the design that is proposed, would that have been within the character of the area?
Yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it does. I think, you know, you could see from the photos, the roof at the front slopes quite far down. This development would, I think, make it a little bit more appealing. So, yeah, and there are no overlooking issues or anything like that. So, yeah, I think it is well within the keeping.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you very much. Now you could take a seat. Right. Now, questions for officers. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you, a good report. Just a couple of, I just want to pick up on a couple of key words that's been used in the report in relation to the sympathetic design or lack of sympathetic design. It makes reference to an awkward appearance and that it would detract from the local character. So I just wondered if you could expand on that in terms of why you think that it's awkward and detracting.
So officers were of the opinion that within its surroundings, it doesn't fit in, it is not sympathetic. So if you look at the surrounding properties, all of them adorn this cat-slide roof. And I think when we take into consideration the 2019 application, which was approved, it's already going to facilitate a partial loss of this cat-slide roof. For it to be completely lost will just make it out of character and will make it appear awkward in the sense that it will not match its surroundings. It will seem that officers are of the opinion it will seem quite apparent that it was an addition rather than something that could seem seamlessly like it was an original design aspect.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Hussain.
Just on the front elevation, when we look at the drawing, to the right-hand side, it seems to retain, in my mind, that sort of roof profile. Would you say that's a fair observation? So if you look at the top right now, proposed floor plan, where it says, say, proposed, just underneath it, would you say that that's the same style of roof that's being retained?
I think it is the same style of roof that we can see in the other properties. However, the setting of the property, where that part is, it's not very visible from the street scene. However, the part that it will be lost will be incredibly visible, which is why it gives it that more of an awkward appearance, which takes away and detracts from the local character.
So, sorry, just come back, Chair. So the proposals there, what we're talking about, the extensions on the left look, like gable ends to me. And if you look at some of the pictures or photographs, sorry, from the surrounding buildings, they all sit at different angles. So many of those, rather than having the roof facing each other, they've got these gable ends facing the property. So for me, that kind of sort of falls in sync with the surrounding buildings. Would you not say that's a fair observation?
I can see where you're coming from with that observation, and I believe that the judgment on this one was a balanced view. However, I think considering that the part of the property which would have where it is proposed, that is the part that is adjacent to the street scene, it's the part that's most visible. Therefore, it could be argued that that part is the one that has the most important effect on the appearance and the character of the property.
Thank you. Any more questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Just in terms of the consultation portion, so essentially we've only had representations from the parish council. There were no response from individual properties or people in the area. It does say initial consultations for. Is that essentially saying that letters only went out to 4 houses?
I believe the entire cul-de-sac was consulted on this. I'm not sure what it says for.
I just wondered what that number 4 pertains to. Sorry, throwing a spanner in the works here. Right.
It's always you, Councillor Hogg.
Through your chair. So legally, we're only obliged to consult or send or notify those neighbours that are immediately adjacent to the property, or put up a site notice. In this case, the neighbours immediately adjacent were consulted, but not the whole street.
Thank you. Any more questions? Right. A question regarding the roof. You said part of it will be lost. So am I right to understand a part of it will be retained? Is that correct?
So from the 2019 extant permission, which they already have, which I will pop up. So in this permission, which is already approved as extant as they have started it, that is what has a partial loss of the main feature, which is the one that is adjacent to the street scene. However, on their application we are currently discussing, that will facilitate the loss of the feature on that elevation.
Thank you. Any more questions for officers? If no questions, can we start the debate? Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Sharp.
Happy to, Chair. For you. I think this, for me, this is a bit of a subjective one in terms of what you think the impact is. So clearly the only reason for refusal over and above the 2019 application granted is the loss of this cut slide roof, or the complete loss of this cut slide roof, and that's why I obviously questioned the officer in terms of asking them to expand on the awkward appearance and the detraction from the local area, because I think in my considered opinion, and admittedly I wasn't on the site visit, but I have driven there since, my considered opinion from the top of the road is, and it'd be interesting if you could go back to that top of the road view, but my view is it's a good development. There's no objections from immediate neighbours or anybody in the street. I appreciate you didn't, what the officers just said, they didn't directly consult apart from the immediate neighbours. For me, it's a starting point, it's the principle that we need development. If we're able to develop on existing properties, that's got to be a positive, as long as it fits in with planning legislation and doesn't detract from neighbour amenity and so forth. My personal view in this case, and again, as I say, it's potentially subjective in terms of design, should we not looking to improve an area, should we not looking to change, because what was built then maybe isn't what we would like to see now. And if there's been no objection, we can only treat the planning application as a single merit. It doesn't withstand the fact that others don't have to be granted if others decided to do similar. So on that basis, I think I'm minded to overturn officer's decision. But I'll be obviously interested to hear what other people have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Anybody else? Councillor Casey. We'll give you first choice, don't worry.
Thank you very much, Chair. Actually, I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Sharp. One of the things, from a subjective point of view, one of the things that came across as we visited on Friday was the uniqueness of the houses. They all look different, and certainly this one looks very different already from the neighbouring houses. So, and I quite like that character. You know, it's quite nice to see that individuality, especially in this setting, that individuality coming through in a road, and I think that adds to the character, definitely. So I'm inclined to go against officer's recommendation on this one, but I'm open to listen to everyone else's opinion.
I'm ever so sorry, Councillor Hogg. It was your turn, but Councillor Casey was too excited, so I had to give him the choice. Go ahead, please.
It's fine. Thank you, Chair, and through you. So I'm very conflicted with this one, I have to say. On the one side, the small L liberal in me says that essentially people should be allowed to do what they want to their own homes as long as it doesn't impact on other people in any kind of severe, well, not even severe, but in a large way. So, you know, on that respect, I think that this development does look relatively good. However, you know, and you know, there has been an objection. The objection has come from the parish council. This area is really quite unique. It's the only that I'm aware of area of the city that has this particular design element to the houses. It's a state of quite unique buildings, and you know, one has to ask, you know, is that something that should be protected over and above the needs of the, you know, the residents? You know, it's a hard one to judge. You know, if there was a development of listed buildings, it would be a different situation. Would it be very prescribed in terms of what could be done and what couldn't be done? So I do have quite a degree of sympathy for the parish councils. You know, they're very keen to make sure that this development is protected in the character that it was, you know, first envisioned and developed. So I'm kind of leaning towards the protection of the design concept of this building, or the estate, should I say, and that it should be protected. I think that, you know, that cat slide, I've never heard of that term before, but, you know, every day's a learning day. The cat slide roof is clearly something that is throughout the development. So I think maybe they need to kind of go away, sharpen the pencil, have another crack at this, if I'm being honest. So I'll be approving with officers' recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain.
Putting it simply, I'm against officers on this. I think the design is of a good standard. It's more about, you know, function over design, really. You know, in the time when these houses were built, all, you know, that roof, the amount of wasted space or livable space within that area for those people, you know, so to extend there would be the natural place anyone would want to. I think they've retained some of that design on the other side, as I mentioned earlier. So for me, it's in keeping with the area. As Councillor Sharp said, other people will then have the opportunity to do similar. You know, why hold that back? It makes the houses, for me, more desirable, more livable. So why would we want to stop that? So I'll be voting against officers on this.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Councillor Hussain hits the nail on the head for me. Everybody else will want to do it. And this is a unique area. I don't have an issue with the development in itself. I think, you know, whatever, I'm sure it would look lovely, whatever they do, then, you know, it's a lovely area. But just looking at that top picture on the right, there's a classic cat slide roof. And while they've already got permission for half of it to effectively disappear, to take the whole lot away, I think is just too much. So I know it's an unbalanced decision, but I'd have been happy with the first one if that had come to us, where we've got half of it going, which has already been granted, and I'd have been all right with that. But to take the whole thing away, I think does change the area and does, quite rightly, as Councillor Hussain has alluded to, risk the whole estate suddenly becoming gable-ended properties rather than cat-side roofs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That's the Chair. Councillor Sharp.
If I just might briefly come back on that, I mean, because we obviously have to be careful about considering precedent here. So I just think it's valid to reiterate a point that as a single change, as a single property change, I have to question whether it adversely affects the character of the area from looking at the top of the street. Now, I hear what Councillor Elba is saying, and if we had then had a second application and a third application, we might be considering the second and the third differently, but that is not for consideration here. We're considering the property at the end of the road. So I'm still struggling with whether it adversely affects the area by the one change of the single property. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to contribute to the debate? Right, I'm going to say something about it. Well, I've got to be honest with you. I think the scheme that is before us, I think, I remember Councillor Hiller used to use this phrase, very pretty, you know, and I think the design is very pretty. And for me, the way I look at it, I think it's within the keeping of the area, and some of the roof part is retained. It's not the case that all of it's been abolished and nothing is there. So the way I look at it, it's within the keeping, within the character. I think it will add value and add to the character of the street. Now, Councillor Hussain did say everyone else will do it, but my response to that is that every case will be dealt on its own merits. All right? Every application will be dealt on its own merits, but you're just saying that, it won't happen. In terms of objections, no objections for the local residents. I mean, that's again goes in favour of the applicant. So I am minded to go against officer's recommendation because it's only the design is an issue, nothing else. And I believe that design is within the keeping of the area. Any further debate before we go for a vote? No? In that case, can we have a proposer? Councillor Hussain.
I propose we go against officer's recommendation and approve the application.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Sharp.
Sorry, Chair. Could we just a point of clarity that it's against, that we don't believe that it's contrary to LB 16, just to make it full.
Okay. So are you happy to second? Yeah, okay, Councillor Sharp. Okay. All those in favour? Okay. All those against? Any abstentions? No. Can we have the result, please?
Thank you, Chair. That's 7 in favour, 4 against, so the application has been approved.
Thank you. Right, so we're on agenda item 5.4, if I'm right? Councillor Bond, where are you going? Oh, okay, thank you. Right, agenda item 5.4. Can I ask the concerned officer to introduce the item? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The application is regards to 68 Canterbury Road in Warrington. The proposal is for a change of use from an existing shop, A1, to micropub, which is sui generis use. So the site is located within Warrington Local Centre, which has a mix of commercial and residential use. As existing, the local centre already has commercial businesses, including a restaurant, hot food takeaways and a public house. The application site is located within a row of commercial units along Canterbury Road, which has residential flats above and residential dwellings behind and opposite. So the photo is showing the application site of 68, and the site towards the north of the local centre. It sits on a row of 4 commercial units with 4 flats above the units, and as you can see, you've got 16 unrestricted parking spaces to the front of the units with double yellow lines opposite the site. This is the access to the service area, which is via Rickham Close. These are the garages at the end of the service yard. There's 4 garages at the end, and also rear access to Hotspurs frames. This is the view to the south along Canterbury Road. There's parking in front of the shop, as you've seen, and also double yellow lines on the opposite side. The access via Ripon Close, again, double yellow lines on the corners of it. And then you've got the view to the north of Canterbury Road, where the double yellow lines end, and it's unrestricted parking beyond this point. The distance between the front door of the unit and end of the parking restrictions is only 58 metres. The proposal is for a change of use from existing use, which is A1, to micropub. It would involve internal alterations and reinstallation of the condenser unit to the outside of the chiller room. Internally, there's minimal changes. Essentially, the office will be removed and a bar and fridge will be in its place. The internal changes do not require planning permission. So, although the applicants have proposed a smoking area, no plans have been submitted for a smoking shelter, so therefore considering for a shelter is not included in this application. And please note that the areas for smoking do not require planning permission, only the shelters require planning permission. I've also included the distances between the hairdressers, so where the proposed smoking areas have included distances, the hairdressers are 6 metres. To the back of number 1 Ripon's Close, it's 10.5 metres from the shared boundary and 21.9 metres from the rear elevation. So this is a view of the actual area they propose to be used for smoking and vaping. It is the back, that is the back door for the framing shop. And this will be the view when you stood there looking outwards towards towards 6, which is the hairdressers, and then in the far there you can see number 1 Ripon Coast, the rear of it. So the lawful use of this unit was Class A1. Since September 2020, Class E was introduced by the government, which covers some of the former uses, which is A1, A2, A3, D1 and D2. Here are some examples of what the existing unit could be used for under Class E without restriction or consultation with the local authority. In terms of the assessment, in addition to design, amenity and highway safety which are addressed in the report, considerations must also be given whether the new use would be more harmful than what it could be with the existing use. As existing, there are no restrictions on the uses within Class E for this site, which can be changed without planning permission at any time. The application for a change of use allows us better control of its proposed use, in this case to a micropub. By condition, the local authority can control the opening hours, restrictions to music, and ensure that the enhanced sound insulation is inside the premises to adequately limit amenity harm to the residential flats above. Unlike the larger public houses, the character of micropubs tend to be small, one-room drinking establishments catered towards cask ale drinkers that prefer a quieter and more traditional conversational atmosphere. Given its limited size, the proposal would have 2 part-time employees, which is 1 full-time equivalent, and is expected to accommodate around 30 to 40 people. Nighttime economy already exists within the local centre and with the existing public house, restaurant and takeaway nearby. The proposed opening hours would not exceed the existing nighttime businesses. With regards to parking, paragraph 115 of the NPPF 2023 says development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residue cumulative impact on the road network would be severe. Although there's no designated parking within the applicant's control, when considered in context of the size, along with the proposed use as a micropub, along with the number of employees being 1 full-time equivalent, and the proposed change is unlikely to result in intensification of highway use compared to the existing lawful use Class E, which covers a variety of uses. The impact on the highway is unlikely to be considered unacceptable or severe. With regards to the potential public behaviours outside of the unit, as planning we cannot control behaviours because we can only control land use. However, there are controls that could be put in place by licensing. On balance, officers are recommending approval of this proposal with conditions as detailed in the officer report.
Thank you very much for that. We have 3 people registered to speak. on this item. Please can I ask Ian, Canal and Chris Bond, the objectors, to address the committee. You will have 10 minutes, Councillor Bond, in your case. Does she want to speak? Sorry, Councillor.
Chair, I think all you can do is give the opportunity if Councillor Bond wants to speak or not.
Yeah. We as a committee would like to give you an opportunity to speak, so please, if you don't mind, make your way here. Thank you. Yes, please, if you don't mind. So, Councillor Bond, you would have 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
In the capacity as a councillor.
I do apologise, committee, but I do not have anything prepared. As I said, I was informed by someone that if I wanted to speak, I would have to share the 5 minutes of the objectives, so nothing is prepared. So this is just coming from me.
Spare one. Members, so 10 minutes for Councillor Bond and then 5 minutes for the objectives. Is that 15 minutes? Am I right? Or is it 10 minutes for 15, isn't it? Yeah, it's separate, isn't it? Yeah, so whoever told you that was wrong. So
Yeah.
you have 15 minutes between you. Right, 10 minutes for you and 5 minutes for them, yeah.
Okay.
And Councillor Hussain, if you could turn your mic off. Thank you. So, when you're ready, you get the opportunity to address the committee. So you'll have 10 minutes to address the committee. When 30 seconds are left, the Democratic Service will let you know the time's up. Then I'll advise you to conclude whatever you want to say. Once you've addressed the committee, I will recommend that you stay seated. Committee members may wish to ask you questions. So whenever you're ready, you can proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, I would like to start from the beginning. Originally, I was not going to call this in because I felt that I spoke to my son. He said no. As you can imagine, I'm related. My son said no, not to do it because I don't want you to call it in. So I left it. I then asked the residents to contact their local ward councillors, which they did. Each of the ward councillors said they would not support them because they wanted to remain neutral because they were friends with the applicant. So what happened was I had the residents come to me because they are aware I'm a councillor, and they said, what can we do about this? I says, well, we can call it in. So I called it in. The reasons I called it in was, 1, car parking. There are 16 car parking spaces correctly. 2 of them are restricted because 2 of them are disabled bays. So that is a correction. Also, the flats above. The flats above, there are residents there that don't want this micropub there. 1 resident is a young mum with a baby. Why would she want a micropub underneath? Another reason I've called it in, this is not from me, this is from the residents. Another one was the service yard. The service yard is used by people. They have garages in there that they have stock in there. There is one that is used for, I believe, maintenance. Also at the back of the framing shop, the gentleman who owns the framing shop uses the back of the service yard where they would like to have their smoking area. As you can imagine, a nice hot day, and he wants to open his back door and is not able to because there are smokers out there. That's not really good for the environment for a start. Also, I called it in, another resident said that, well, the service yard will be accessed by probably delivery. Ripon Close, which is a tiny little cul-de-sac, will have more vehicles parked up because those car parking spaces are not enough. On the busy nights, it provides parking for the fish and chip shop, the Indian restaurant, it's around the corner, a Chinese takeaway, and also they're used by residents. Some of the residents, when they have visitors, need to use those parking spaces. Those parking spaces are also used by residents that do not reside in Canterbury Road. They reside on Church Street because they do not have parking of their own. I don't know what else I can say. Like I say, I wasn't prepared for this today. But what I would like to make it clear to the committee and to anyone else that is listening today, that I have had hate mail because of this. It has been on Facebook ripping me and my family apart because we have called this in. And I think it is disgusting. I really do think it is disgusting. We've been put under so much pressure. Now, yes, my son does live across the road, but I will say this now. He has 2 children whose bedrooms overlook the proposed micropub. Do we really need another micropub in the village? I don't think so. We've got 3 pubs already that are struggling. We've already got a micropub also in the village. I don't know what else I can say. All I can say is I would like for you to listen to the residents. There was many comments on the portal, planning portal, but most of those that were for don't even reside in Werrington. They were from all over the city. So I don't know why they were for a micropub that's not going to be on their doorstep. So that's all I can say at the moment. I will leave it to the residents because at the end of the day, it's the residents' voice that you need to be listening to because the people it will affect the most will be them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. You were not prepared, but you did an excellent job. I said you've done an excellent job.
When I'm passionate, yeah, right? When I'm passionate.
So if you're prepared, anyway, it's right for you to call what you've called, and I don't think you needed to provide any explanation. But anyway, go ahead, please.
Hi, as my mum's already stated, my name's Chris. I live at 51 Canterbury Road, which is directly opposite the micropub.
It's the procedure not that questions can be asked to the councillor before it goes to the objectors.
Yeah, it's questions, okay.
Okay, yeah, all right. Any questions for Councillor Bond? Councillor Hogg.
I do have a question. I just wanted to clarify the situation slightly. So essentially what you're saying is that whilst your son does live opposite the premises, essentially you didn't call it in because of his interaction with this situation, but because other residents had contacted you, and because they hadn't got anywhere with the ward councillors, they asked you to do so on your behalf. So essentially the reason that, you know, the fact that your son lives opposite is irrelevant to the call-in of this committee.
Councillor Hogg, you are correct. Thank you.
Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Chair. You said about the flat above the proposed pub. It's a young single lady. What problems would she have with the pub then?
Okay. She's actually put a comment in. I can read that if you would like me to. Well, I would think, one, it would be noise. One, the door of her property actually opens on the ground floor right next to the micropub. These doors, it's not hers, but the doors actually open, and they open onto the front of the micropub, suggested micropub. All of the flats doors do. So, one, I think it will be the noise. If she's trying to get her baby to sleep at night time, there's going to be people going in and out the micropub, probably doors closing. We all know what we're like when we go in the pub, shout, hello, bye, you know, have a good night. It's just that extra noise that's going to be there to disturb her. Also, on a hot evening, she may want to open her windows. Will she be able to if it's noisy outside and she's trying to get her child to sleep? Also, if on the back of the property there's a window, if they're smoking out there and chatting to themselves, will she be able to open her window as well? So yes, I think she will be affected by this.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Okay.
Why do you think there'll be excess noise then?
Are you joking? Why will there be excess noise? Because there'll be 30, how many was it? 30 some odd people, 40 people in a pub down below, talking, opening doors, leaving the pub, saying goodbye, shouting. And this is till what, 10:30 at night? Of course there's going to be a lot of noise.
Councillor Rush.
People may laugh, but have you ever been to a micropub and see how quiet it is? When you look at the list on the board of the Class E establishments that could be there, I think some of them Class E businesses that could move in there would be a lot noisier than a micropub. Would you agree with that?
They might be a bit noisy during the daytime, like from 9 o'clock in the morning to maybe 5 or 6 o'clock, but maybe once they've closed, there may not be that much noise in there, unless it's a kebab, obviously, or something like that, another Chinese takeaway, but then we'll deal with that when it comes along. But yeah, I think there will be a lot more noise. There'll be cars as well driving up and down the street. There'll be cars banging their doors, and I think there will be a lot of noise.
Go ahead. I think at the moment, with it being a shopping centre, you're always going to get cars and that banging the door. No, all right, and I've got it wrong. It's called I thought it was called a local shopping centre. But I just think that what's there at the moment, or what has been there at the moment, you say that the places that would get that building would close at 6, but if you get a takeaway or a restaurant in there, that'll be going well on into the early hours of the night.
Right, well, I'll correct you. It's not a shopping centre. It's a road. Canterbury Road is a tiny road in a residential area, very highly populated residential area. It's got a Barber's across the shop, which is a tiny Barber's. It's got a Chinese takeaway that's only open 6 nights a week. And it's got a framing shop, and what has just opened is the new letting premises. Round the corner, we have an Indian restaurant, but if you visited it on the Friday, I don't know if you did the site visit, but if you had, you would have seen how tiny Canterbury Road is and how tiny. It is not a shopping centre. It's not called Warrington Centre, actually. Warrington Centre was where the Ploughman was and where the big Tesco's is.
Thank you. Got a supplementary question? Okay, go on.
Just reading what's in front of me, it's called the Warrington Local Centre. So what would you call the Warrington Local Centre?
I would call Warrington Local Centre the big centre up by Tesco's, where you have like 5 or 6 shops, a chemist, a a pub, well, it's not open now, a library, a school. I think comparing that as a shopping centre to Canterbury Road is different.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yeah, just, well, I was going to say coming back or continuing with the noise theme. Condition 5 that the officers have put onto the application as part of the granting refers to raising the insulation levels to protect to a higher of 10 decibels, I think it is, above the building standard. What sort of percentage of the noise concerns that you raised do you think that will mitigate, or are you saying that that condition is not going to help the situation in terms of noise from your perspective at all? Thank you.
Well, it may help inside the micropub, but it's the people coming and going, leaving the micropub. That's the biggest problem. I don't know what's going to happen with the noise. You can't actually quantify, I think is the word, of noise until you get it. I could be running a playgroup and have quiet time and the noise would be nothing, but then I could have playgroup where the children are shouting and jumping and singing and it would be noisy. That's just an example. You cannot say how noisy it's going to be. It's a thought of having, I think, can't remember how many people it's going to be in that small room, 30, 40, and then in the summer, maybe they're going to extend the hours because it's the summer, I'm not really sure. But it's the people coming and going. And I really do believe that it will be an increase in noise. That is what I believe, and I'm here for the residents. And I think this committee needs to listen to what the residents have to say, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that have got to live with this. They're the ones that live opposite this, and they're the ones that the value of their house may go down because it's there. So please just listen to what the residents, not what I've got to say, what the residents have to say, please.
Got supplementary? Yeah, go on.
If you'd indulge me, Chair, yes. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And obviously, I understand your concerns in terms of the residents. The reason I was referring to that condition is I'm just trying to tease out where the noise issue lies, and you've articulated that. So I think, similar to a question that's already been asked, the list of other sui generis options are on the screen, and you've referred to a crash type, as in shops, cafes, restaurants are all on the screen. So I'm trying to understand out of whether those would be delivering the same sort of external noise, coming and going, car doors and so on that you've referred to, whether those that are on the screen could, in your view, deliver the same levels of noise as this micropub.
Well, I can't tell you that, can I? Because it's not opened yet. Who knows, 6 months down the road, then we'll be able to probably know that. And I could probably come back and say to you, well, actually, it is noisy. Oh, no, I was wrong. It's not that noisy. But we don't know at the moment, do we? And it may be too late. If this planning application is passed, 6 months down the road, we can't come back to you and say, excuse me, can you throw that planning out? But because it's already been passed. So I can't say any more. I don't know how noisy it's going to be. I may be wrong. It may not going to be that noisy. But I don't know. You don't know. But all I'm concerned about is the effect on these residents. That's what I am concerned about.
Thank you. Any more questions? Right, I have 2 questions. So, would you not agree that that area is a designated business area? Would you agree with me on that? Designated business area because it's got shops and all around there. So, would that be a good terminology to use? Designated business area? Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't say it's a designated business area. I'd say it was a residential area with a couple of shops in and probably a barber's.
Okay. Well, my second question is that I think a lot of committee members have raised this, that I think what you need to understand, I'm trying to explain to you, is that without any planning permission, these E-class things could open there without any conditions. There could be noise, there could be anything, there's no control. With this scheme that is there, the officers got conditions where they could control them. So if that was the case, what would you choose then? A scheme which is conditioned by officers, or a scheme that they cannot condition?
Well, I can't answer that because I'm not in that position to answer, because I don't sit on licensing, not licensing, on planning. They're the ones that make the decision, not me, so I can't say.
Yes, but we could override the decision, definitely. We can. This is a question I'm asking you. That the scheme that's before you now has got conditions where the officers could take enforcement action, and E-class, from those descriptions, a shop or cafe or restaurant, they won't be able to condition it. So would you prefer a scheme which is conditioned, or would you prefer a scheme which is you cannot condition?
Condition, please.
Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you. Now, all over to you now. You've got 5 minutes where you could address the committee. When you have 30 seconds are left, the Democratic Service Officer will let you know. Then you could conclude your submissions. Once you've addressed the committee, stay seated. We may have questions for you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris. As we've already stated earlier, I live at 51 Canterbury Road. So directly opposite the site, approximately 25 metres from the front door. I know this is 25 metres, I've measured it. I'm a floor fitter, so I have the documentation to do this. I can do this. I'd like to point out also that there were 33 immediate neighbours commented on this application, 31 of which were opposing the plans. Now that leaves 2 of the immediate neighbours supporting this or trying to push this through. Previously, an application to open a food takeaway along the parade was not permitted due to the potential impact on Warrington Village, the potential increase in littering, antisocial behaviour and the number of similar facilities. Many micropub applications around the country have also been declined in similar locations as our application due to potential negative impact on neighbourhood amenity. Residents' concerns for this application are also the neighbourhood amenity. As a quiet residential street with lots of young families and elderly residents, we do not need extra footfall, especially in the evenings. The only shop open in the evenings is the Chinese takeaway, which is only busy for around 1 hour once a week. A micropub open until 10:30 would bring noise, air pollution from smoking, extra vehicles. I mean, the list just goes on with that kind of thing. I mean, my 5-year-old child's bedroom is at the front of my house. Our neighbour is trying to explain without getting emotional about this. So I have an impact. I've got a 5-year-old. I've got to try and put her to sleep. She goes to sleep at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. How on earth do you put a child down at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night when you've got people congregating in and outside this building? There's no way anyone can manage this. As I stated with my 5-year-old, the noise outside from the people living the micropub, walking in car, leaving, walking from the micropub in cars or congregating outside would cause disturbance to them and many more impacting quality of life. This would be impossible for staff to manage. The question was asked to my mum how that would affect that young woman who's a single parent with her child. That child has ASD. Now, anyone who knows that condition, everything out of sorts can throw that routine. I mean, that's a difficult for a situation for a single mum to be controlling as it is. If you've got this noise coming in an evening, what does that do to this situation? Let alone mine. There's other families around in the area as well with a similar situation. Parking outside the parade is already limited during the day, as I'm sure you saw on your site visit. It's shared with flats, shops.
Sorry to interrupt. You've got 2 minutes left. That gentleman.
Oh, okay, right, sorry.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Shared flats, shops, visitors, and often people attending the church for funerals and weddings. There are double yellow lines opposite the parking area. The proposed smoking area and parking at the rear of the unit also raises concerns. The deeds provided by a resident in the comments shows that the service yard is not solely owned. The garages are all in use and unrestricted access is required for other local businesses. Having cars parked in front of these garages would cause issues. A smoking area in this already tight in place locations would also cause issues for both garage owners and smokers. The smoking area is outside of the framing shop's back door and the area is used for spraying frames and shops, as my mum's already explained. A lot of comparisons have been made to the froth blowers. It is not comparable that the premises has no houses directly opposite it. It is a large car park and masonettes above that the flats here are single-storey dwellings. The opening hours of the froth blowers are also a lot more restricted in these applications. Thank you for listening. I hope the neighbourhood concerns are considered.
Thank you. My name is Ian Nell. I live at number 1 Ripon Close and have done for the last 30 years. Nothing on the plans is said about where the storage is going to be for empty barrels or a Biffa waste bin, which would obviously be required. And in that very small area, there's just no room for it. Hopefully on your visit, you noted the state of the concrete behind the premises caused by heavy vehicles crossing over deliveries. This will obviously worsen with the additional heavy laden traffic, and no maintenance has been given to this for the last 30 years. Also, your visit, you saw how the parking is, and that gets worse later in the day. Sorry,
The time's up. I'll give you time to conclude, yeah, please.
Thank you. It won't take me 2 minutes. During your visit, you saw parking. This obviously gets worse later in the day because of people coming home and the takeaway opening. So that's when we get extra parking in Ripon Close, where we have difficulty getting ambulances through, which have been called on numerous occasions for some of the elderly people at the end of the close. Wellington, in the 91 application or comments put to this, I counted there was 44 for and 47 against. When I went through them, 16 of the fours were outside of the village, i.e. Orton, Stanground, Flitton, etc.
20 seconds.
Okay. And that brings it down to 28 for and 40 against if you remove all the outside people.
Thank you very much. Right, members, do you have any questions for the objectors? Councillor Hopper.
Right, okay, thank you, Mr Bond. I'm not trying to trip you up in any way, but you did bring this up yourself, so I'm asking your opinion, really. Comment was made about smoke, etc., and pollution, but you mentioned yourself that spraying of frames goes on out inside in the yard. Just wonder what your comment was on that. Paint fumes, etc.
Yes, it does use that, but that's earlier on in the day as well. And I mean, again, I can't control these situations. I don't have the information, so all I can do is, you know, state the facts as I know it. Yes, he does use the back door, which he will be unable to do to support his business. He needs that for his business. What the impact of the fumes from the paints or any equipment he would be using, I don't know how that compares to smoking. So I couldn't compare the two there from that point of view.
Could I ask then, Chair, through you, the other gentleman, whether you've noticed it at all in your property, spraying of paint, etc.?
No, I've noticed nothing like that at all. No harmful smells from the painting at all. Can I just quickly say, on the plans there is only one toilet in the premises to support 30 plus people. Now, gentlemen here will know that when I know this is not your comment.
Can you respond to the question, please?
All right, I did.
Yep.
So yeah, so you didn't stow the paint. So okay, now that's it. That's all.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Mahmood?
I just wanted to know the objector's opinion around the Warrington Neighbourhood Council in support of this application, whether they had any further comments to make with regards to that.
As far as I understand, it wasn't supported. They said they did look at it and they did consider it, Unless my information is incorrect, I thought they didn't support it, to be fair, and if they did, maybe it was to look at other factors, but I may be wrong in that, sorry.
Thank you. Any more questions? Chris, I have a question for you. The same question I had for your mum. Now, if you could put the list of E uses, please, if you don't mind. The same question to you as well, is that there are some rules, regulations, planning, things that we have to follow, right? So what I'm going to say to you is that according to Class E, the following people could take occupation of that property without any planning permission. So I'll give you a prime example of a cafe and restaurant. They have a capacity of 30, 40 people. So people will come in, come out, they will talk. When they leave, they'll say bye-bye, hi. So they can't condition that. So what is before you now is something that the officers can condition. So would you prefer something without a condition, or would you prefer something with conditioned?
I would be happy to accept something that is conditioned, but what we've got to take into account, you were talking about a cafe and a restaurant. With a cafe, it might have a drinking licence. With a cafe, people might be using it in the day. It's already a busy road. We're aware that there could be people coming to a cafe just as much as they could be to a pub. But from my point of view, my argument is later in the day or in the evenings. During the day, it is a road. It's not a centre, it's a road, but the shops are used. The spaces are used, so you can't control any noise levels then. But after, literally, from the point I stressed in there, that the only unit open of an evening is the Chinese restaurant. The Chinese is a takeaway. People come, collect the takeaway, and they leave. Now, I can state this categorically because I live directly opposite this. I have a good relationship with the Chinese. I've never had any issues with them. Now, on that point, I've also enjoyed a drink in my time. I've been to pubs, I've been to micro-pubs. Now, I know for a fact, if I've attended a micro-pub or a pub, if I've had 1 or 2 drinks, I might be slightly louder than I would normally be. Not in an aggressive way, but I might be slightly louder. I have to enter that building, I have to leave that building. Now, if I'm leaving that building and I'm intoxicated, I'm slightly louder, it doesn't take much to chat and wake neighbours up. You're talking about 30 to 40 people in this micro pub. Now, you imagine if there's a group of 10 people leaving at the same time, opening doors, talking, joking, shouting. This could be at 10:30 at night they're applying for. How can this be suitable when nothing is open to that time, bar a Chinese? Now, the Chinese is quiet from literally 6 or 7 o'clock onwards, and what it does have in the evening, they literally come, take their takeaway, and leave.
What time do the Chinese close?
The Chinese during the week, I believe, closes at 10:30.
10:30.
Can I elaborate on that? There is also the Indian restaurant around the corner as well, and the Cock and Pub. But these aren't used at these times. Anyone living there can state this and stress this. They're quiet areas. There is nothing, literally, of an evening.
What's the timing for the Indian restaurant? Is that 10:30 as well?
I couldn't tell you the time.
Okay.
It's not on the street, so in this situation, I don't really see how it affects this because it's on a different street entirely, the same as the Cock Inn pub. So I can relate to this. And like I said, it's a takeaway where people don't congregate, they don't stop outside in the talk. It's literally just a takeaway.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I say one thing about the Indian restaurant, which is directly behind number 1 Ripon Close? We never have any noise when people are leaving that or coming to it. We have never once had to go and complain about people making a noise outside after they've been there.
Thank you. Councillor Rush.
I think it was just mentioned about Warrington Neighbourhood Council, whether they agreed with this. In our papers, we've got Warrington Neighbourhood Council is supportive of this application, being an excellent addition to the facilities and services of this area. So they are very supportive of it. And just gone about noise. You say you'd never had any noise from the Indian that, but you're just assuming now that there's going to be a lot of noise from this micro pub, and I just can't see how you can say that at the moment when it was not there to see it.
Thank you.
Can I just say that because on the speaking about the neighbourhood council, I've been in contact with them via email asking them where they made their decision, because nobody came round and asked anybody in our area. So there was nobody consulted on it. They said that no ward, I asked about has any ward councillors been to them. Originally, the chairman said no, but later on in his email, he said at a meeting there was one ward councillor and one resident attended. But nobody knows when these meetings are or where they are. Okay. I've never been told where they are.
Thank you for that. I mean, that's not relevant here. So, no further questions? Thank you very much. Can you take a seat back?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Right. Question, what we've got, can I ask Mike Lane, the supporter? Where is he? Yeah. To address the committee, you will have 5 minutes to address the committee. The Democratic Service Officer will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, then when the time has lapsed. When you're ready, if you can please switch on your mic and start speaking. And please do stay seated once you've addressed the committee. Committee members may wish to ask you questions. When you're ready, you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay. This project has not been taken lightly, and there is no such thing as a Peterborough City Council guide to applying for a change of use from retail outlet to micropub, nor is there a specification guide for such an application. There is, however, a wealth of detail available on the PCC website from 3 previous successful applications, and the applicant has taken advantage in drawing on that information, not only in filling out this application, but also in choosing an appropriate and suitable premises location, emulating elements of those 3 previous successful applications. This application is to create a new small business venture run along the guidelines of a micropub as set out in the design and access statement submitted as a part of this application. It's not a Warrington Wetherspoons selling cut-price alcoholic drinks to all and sundry, nor is it a music pub attracting loud music with singing, dancing and crowds of people milling around outside of the premises. The typical demographic of a micropub user simply does not attract this type of customer behaviour. Please consider what's been acceptable with regard to 3 previous applications. The Bumble Inn from 2016, located on Westgate, offers no car parking whatsoever, as customers arrive by public transport or on foot. There are no cycle racks for staff or customers and no designated outside smoking area. The Wonky Donkey 2019, located on Fletton Avenue, with no off-road car parking provision. It's located on a main road, has a 2-storey residence immediately next door as well as 2 adjacent flats. There are residences 17 metres from the front door of the micropub directly on the opposite side of the road, and there is also a compact smoking area to the rear of the premises in proximity to those mentioned residences. The Froth Blowers 2017, located on Amberley Slope, and has many similarities to the proposed business of the applicant. The Froth Blowers is the second from the left of 6 retail units. There are 4 car parking spaces to the front of the 6 units and a shared car parking area to the side and rear of the development with parking for about 25 vehicles. This resource is used by the retail unit visitors, tenants of the accommodation above those retail units, and residents of Storrington Way taking advantage of parking vehicles on the open space. There is an outside rear courtyard, in brackets smoking area, around 6 by 2 metres with seating, situated 9.5 metres from the bungalow at 76 Amberley Slope, and only 6 metres from the rear garden of that same property. The reason we're here today is because of Councillor Sandra Bond's choosing to call in this application by email to the LPA on the 26th of January, 6 weeks before the LPA has even published their decision. In her email, Councillor Bond cites, increase in noise and crime. Whilst the Council references previous instances of unacceptable drunken behaviour, this is an issue that should be taken up with the existing business owners for allowing this to happen, not this applicant who takes a far more responsible attitude towards her customers and local residents. She has not accepted irresponsible behaviour in the premises previously, nor indeed would she allow such behaviour in the future. As stated in the LPA final committee report, and I quote, the Froth Blowers and the Wonky Donkey, which are both located in similar mixed-use areas and are close to residential dwellings, have not resulted in any noise complaints to date. Cambridgeshire Constabulary has also been consulted and they have raised no objections to this proposal. Car parking. As stated previously, on a pro rata basis, the applicant would suggest that there is possibly more available car parking space on Canterbury Road than there is on the Frothblowers Amberley Slope site. I would also reiterate that the majority of customers visiting the proposed business will walk, cycle or use public transport, as has proven to be the case with similar micro-pubs. The service yard. A service yard is exactly that. And it's been used by a variety of different businesses for more than 60 years to provide rear access to the 4 retail premises for delivery of a variety of goods. This application will present nothing new that hasn't been in place for many, many years. The applicant has submitted a fully detailed report covering access to the garages, despite the fact that not one of these 7 garages is actually used as a car garage. Fact. In conclusion, this application will provide a much-needed social community asset, introducing a breath of fresh air into what has stagnated into a less than attractive row of little-used shops, possibly due to a lack of investment and a decline in the quality of the facilities on offer. It's far better that this establishment be put to a good, positive use, rather than to be left unused, possibly suggesting a rundown appearance of the area and actually encouraging the sort of antisocial behaviour referred to by Councillor Bond. The LPA now have a fair amount of experience in similar micro-pub applications, and their team have clearly based their decision on that experience in relation to this specific case. There is absolutely no reason to question this well-considered decision of the LPA in granting this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to be fair, I gave both of you equal time, just to be fair. Okay. Any questions, members? Councillor Hogg.
Sorry, you just to kind of clarify, you said that none of the garages are used for cars. Is that so? So what you're saying is they are being used, they're just not being used for
I
cars.
submitted a document to the planning authority on Thursday last week, a full detailed analysis of the 7 garages that are there, and we got feedback from the LPA that they didn't have time to present this to you for this meeting today. The first garage, as you go into the... Do you want me to explain further?
Well, yeah, that was the reason for the question. Yeah.
The first garage, as you go into the premises, is rented by Councillor Bond's son, and he uses it for his carpet business as a storage. The second and the third garages, as you would have seen in the photographs I've submitted, you wouldn't be able to open the doors because the doors would fall off. They are clearly not in use, and there are bins, refuse bins, parked in front of them. If we then go to the other 4 garages on the southern end of the property, garage 4 and 5, you cannot physically drive a car into the garage. There is simply not enough room. And you could have probably seen that on the photographs that were shown earlier. You might want to go back to that area showing the exit from the framing shop. Yep, that's the one. I don't know if you can see. I don't know if you can see very well. But the left-hand side, we'll call that garage 4 and garage 5. There is physically no room to drive a car into those 2 garages. It's just physically not possible. Garage, the furthest one, that is actually owned by the people that the applicant is renting the premises from, and they have said that they could use that as a part of the arrangement. So the one next door, I've no idea what it is, but as I say, it can't be used as a garage. The next one, garage 6, and the next one could be used as a garage. Yes, there is access, but I haven't seen anybody drive a car in there at all. Garage 7 is again owned by Councillor Bond, or rented by Councillor Bond, and is used for his carpet fitting business. It's not used as a car garage. That's why I made that comment.
So they are being used, just not as a car garage. I mean, it's my experience that the vast majority of garages are not used for the storage of cars, but they're used for the storage of other miscellaneous goods and what have you.
Yeah, that's a fair comment, but I question the insurance on using garages as a storage for a business without the required level of insurance and whatever. If I could just let you know that you're not allowed to speak now. You've had your say, so we'll have a debate. We'll ask these questions to officers, but you're not allowed to contribute now, please. Just listen. Okay, any more questions?
The questions are wrong. His answers are wrong.
No, sorry. Any more questions from members? You got? Oh, yeah, Councillor Hogg.
I have got another one, but I thought to see if there was anybody else. So I just want to clear up this situation with the smoking area. That essentially you've identified that you're going to use this area that is in fact at the bottom of those two photographs. That area there is going to be used for your smoking area, rather than the direct rear door of the premise itself. You're essentially going to put your smoking area at the rear of somebody else's premise. Is that right?
No, the wall on the left-hand side, as you go along there, is a part of the business. Yes, the back wall is the fire exit for the framing shop, and the garage, the wooden doored garage, is a part of it affects a part of the 68 Canterbury Road. But I would emphasise there's no structure there. This is a smoking area. If somebody did want to get into those two, were to want to get in those two garages, then they would be able to get in.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a question on deliveries. Obviously, I've never seen a micropub, so I don't know what they serve and what is it in barrels, is it in crates, is it bottles? And there was some question about how it would be stored or kept. So it's just a question on where would the stock would be kept, and I've just got this notion of crates being moved around and bottles clanging at all hours of the day.
One of the reasons that the applicant chose this site was because it used to be a butcher's shop, and on the side of the site there is a chiller room, a cold room, that was there for 20, 25, 30 years possibly. And one of the benefits was to be able to use this large chiller room on the side of the premises that's going to be the micropub to use. You can probably see it on the red line plan, I guess, to use this cellar room for obviously keeping the beer in. You would keep stocks in there. If barrels became empty, they would be stored in there. Full barrels would be stored in there. And when a delivery came into the yard, which is all this is a service yard, obviously empties would be taken out and full products would be brought in, which would be the same for any of the other three businesses that are serviced in that service yard.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I did have a question, but it's for
officers. Go ahead, please. Okay, it's been answered. Okay. Any more questions? Right, I have a question. Now, you've got to understand that people are living around, their fear, their frustration. So I think the majority of the thing I've gained from their addresses is about the noise. And when the people are going to leave, say 5 of them, 10 of them together, and they're going to be talking loud. I mean, how would you mitigate that? What sort of, assurance can you provide to the residents that that will not happen?
But the points that I would make is that the applicant has got more than 15 years' experience of running a public house. She's not new to this trade by any stretch of the imagination. She is able to control people drinking outside the premises because she did it at the Ploughman. If people know the Ploughman pub, it was on the main walkway through to Tesco's. There was never any glasses taken outside of the building. There was nobody drinking outside there. It was purely for smokers to stand around, smoke, then go back into the pub. But I refer back to what I said about the wonky donkey and the froth blowers and the fact that there have been no noise complaints. This is the way that a micropub would work. We talked about 30 or 40 people. When we submitted the application, when the application was submitted, this was on the basis of the maximum number of people likely to be in the pub. You're not going to get 30 and 40 people in a micro pub on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night. This would probably be a Saturday afternoon or maybe a Sunday afternoon. So those sorts of figures have been bandied about. That was the maximum. We would far rather have quoted the maximum number of people coming to the building than to say there was 20 people coming and all of a sudden somebody says, hang on, you're only allowed 30. So that was the reason behind that. But yes, the noise pollution is a fundamental part of this, and I can assure you that the applicant would not, under any circumstances, allow anybody outside the front of the building, which is 20 yards from Mr. Bond's front door, would not allow anybody out there either sitting at tables, talking or smoking. And she can manage that because she's done it before at the Ploughman.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Hogg.
Just one further question. So it's been said that the framing business, that certainly in the summer and what have you, that he likes to have the door open, and you know, I think it's fairly, you know, if there's going to be a load of people out directly outside your back door smoking cigarettes, that may be deemed to be an unpleasant experience. What is your sort of response to that, I suppose?
Yeah, I think if that was circumstantial for me as well, I would only agree with you. But we're not talking, you know, shed loads of people standing outside smoking. There are fewer and fewer people in this day and age smoking than there ever has been before. And I would suggest, I can't put a figure on it, but in reality, you may be looking at 2 or 3 people standing outside smoking at any one time. You're not looking at much more than that, I wouldn't think, but I can't be certain.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much. If you'd like to take a seat in the public gallery. Right. Members, do you have any questions for officers? Councillor Short first and then Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Yes, question for highways. Sorry, I note that on 2 occasions you deny the application or on the basis of the lack of information. In the main body of the report, there's annotation as to why you're now approving it, the application. So it's just to confirm that all the questions that you raised, all the information that was not forthcoming originally, has now been clarified, and you are satisfied with that, because the wording in the report doesn't actually clearly state a response directly to the missing information. That's all.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. To confirm, Councillor, it's my understanding that you still have a highways objection on this application due to lack of information.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Sorry, can you say that again?
It's my understanding there's still a highways objection to this application on lack of information.
Okay. No.
Yeah, apologies, Chair. I can see that the wording in the last paragraph. It's you're saying there's when assessed against existing lawful use and such would not be contrary to the policy LP13. So be.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, I've got Councillor Hogg. Thank you.
So I just want to kind of explore the whole smoking area. Hold a second, they're having a chat. I just wanted to explore the whole smoking area situation. Is it a requirement that, in terms of planning, that a smoking area needs to be designated? Because it came up on the slide. There was a red box around an area that doesn't actually have, it's shared use, isn't it? It's not exclusive use to the. I'm trying to work out, what, you know, a little bit more, draw out a bit more detail on that, if you could. Thank you.
The red area was just to show where they were proposing to have a smoking area. The smoking area itself doesn't require planning permission, because the smoking area is technically where, you know, a group of people would just gather and for smoke, vape, etc. It's not part of the proposal. There's no structure being proposed. It is purely a area where they've designated to say, well, people can smoke here rather than out in the front of the street.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. There was just a couple of things. Firstly, the list that we were shown earlier on for the different businesses, one of the ones on that list was the cafe and restaurants, where you know, most of the others we're talking about during the day, and a lot has been said about how these businesses would be run in the evening. Just to clarify, so if a cafe or restaurant was to open up there, would it not need to get planning permission for say an extraction system, which then would, you know, be another thing that would need to pass? So it's not just a straightforward thing that you can open a cafe or a restaurant. Am I right in thinking that?
If you're having an external extraction system, then yes, they would do, because obviously pollution control would need to check the type of food that's being cooked and what's needed for the extraction. However, if they were not cooking on the premises, for example, so they were just buying food in, etc., then you wouldn't need extraction, you wouldn't need planning permission, and cafes nowadays don't always mean daytime. Sometimes they open late at night as well. So.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
There was another one. There was mention earlier about the neighbour, the frame and place spraying outside. It's an existing business which is using that area, say, for spraying or whatever. Is there not a concern then mixing, say, a smoking area with somewhere where there's some spraying going on as well? Does that not in itself cause concern for a hazard?
That's a civil matter, not actually within a planning. It's not a planning consideration. It's a civil matter. It's a shared area used between those businesses. So any conflict between the users of that place would be a civil matter between them and outside of the planning remit.
Thank you, Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I just wanted officers to clarify that with the current proposals that they are recommending, and that they are satisfied that there are enough conditions in there to mitigate for the potential of the creation of noise. I just wanted to clarify that there's been a lot of concern about noise disturbance. So I just want to clarify that the conditions outlined mitigate for that.
Yes, we've got a set of conditions which would help with the noise. So, for example, we've conditioned the hours, the opening hours. We've conditioned that prior to installation and operation, they need to send us the information regarding the power plant, the plant units, which they have already sent. However, we can't discharge that until later. So we have got some information of that. We've also conditioned that the internal of the micropub needs to be, like I said, 10 decibels over what building control require in order to mitigate noise for the above flat. We've also conditioned for no amplified and low live music to be played at the development at any point. And also the other condition is that all activity of the micropub shall only operate from within the building, and no external tables or seating areas to be provided at the front or the back of the building.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just seek a little bit of clarification from Highways, because you've still got an objection, and it also, but on here it says that Highways, the LHA have made a number of requests resulting in an objection. However, each of these requests has been addressed below. Are you still objecting? The other thing is that it also seems to be about having deliveries to the front of the building, but the applicant has said that they're going to have deliveries to the back. Does that take away one of your objections as well?
Just bear with me. The objections are mainly on the grounds that the submitting drawings don't provide the clarity that we were seeking in relation to the servicing of the unit. Now, I note the service yard is to the rear, but there's nothing been submitted to demonstrate that the delivery vehicles would actually be accommodated within that service yard and could easily deliver within that area and wouldn't result in parking on the highway for the deliveries. There was also discussion about the provision of cycle parking and various other elements that we were seeking clarity on. I believe that the planning officers have made a decision based upon the information that's before us at the time, and have taken the view that the issues that have been raised by the Highway Authority as part of their consultation response have been adequately addressed.
Thank you. One second. I think Phil wants to come in. Phil wants to come in.
Chair. Our planning officers obviously note the objection from Highways, which, as Sarah has said, is on perceived lack of information rather than a fundamental, this is unacceptable because it's going to cause highway safety problems or whatever. We've taken other things into account, such as the fallback position, all these other uses that are up on the screen, that can be carried out at any point now without need for any further planning permission. Plenty of these uses are going to generate equal or more traffic than this proposal, or the same as what the previous use might have generated. We don't feel, and this, we're not talking about a new use here or a new building, an entirely new entity. The local plan policy on parking is maximum rather than minimum. Unless there was a really obvious problem that this development was causing, we would be going against the local plan by imposing a minimum parking standard. So that's, hopefully that's kind of explained what was in the report in terms of parking and made it a little bit more clearer.
Thank you. Councillor Kiss, you come in now.
So really my question is, so are planning officers happy that the highways officers have withdrawn or haven't got any objections that are valid? That's probably a very difficult question for them to answer, but it seems as if at the moment we've got an objection going on here and we've got a report that says actually, don't worry, we've got it sorted.
So with the objections from Highways, which was due to lack of information, in regards to the cycle, the timber lean-to, basically the timber lean-to isn't being proposed. It isn't actually part of the proposal. There's no plans for it. There's no proposal for it. So there's no consideration for it. The cycle rack would be if there was room for it at the back, which we've seen that there isn't. So therefore we haven't made it mandatory for installation. In terms of the area to access deliveries and garages, etc., like I've explained, that's a civil matter. It's a shared area between the users of that service area. So it's actually beyond planning. It doesn't need planning permission to use that area because it's a civil matter. In terms of the parking spaces, like I've explained, although the unit doesn't actually come with parking spaces as such, there's no extra parking spaces being proposed for it in the service centre, in service area or otherwise. So it is what we've got is what we have. And like I said with the MPPF, that development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residue cumulative impacts on the road network should be severe, and severe being a quite high test. And then where Highways have asked for bin storage to be shown, that's been conditioned. So we've added that as a condition for them to tell us where they're going to store the bins. And dimension plans with the yard, or the location plan marks out the yard, which there's a scale bar on it. You can measure it. So, is that okay?
Thank you. Any more questions for officers? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. And I've heard all that, and I thank you, Councillor Casey, because he's picked up on the discrepancies that I was struggling with earlier. But just from my understanding, just to confirm, so our highways now, because the statement's been made by planning officers that there will be no result in an adverse highway safety impact. Are highways agreeing with that statement? So you're saying there will be no adverse safety impact? I'm just trying to understand who's making the decision, you see, and that you all agree with each other.
I'd have to say that it's not been demonstrated that there wouldn't be, because we've not seen anything to show that the delivery vehicles could use the rear service yard. But obviously it is an existing shop, so there will be deliveries to an existing shop.
Probably probably need a bit of a... Please do, please do. I'm getting a bit confused here.
Yeah, so, yeah, again, we note what our highways colleagues are saying. They very much take the view that things need to be demonstrated to them in order for them to withdraw an objection. However, we as planning officers have to look at all other material considerations and look at it in the round. And as I said before, is my mic on? Yeah. Yep. There is this fallback position, which is a material consideration that the committee must take into account, and that is all these other uses. Anyone's reasonable judgment would be that any of these uses could generate equal or more traffic than the proposed use, including service vehicles using the yard at the back. So if you were to refuse this on the grounds that it hasn't been demonstrated that service vehicles can enter there or parking isn't going to cause chaos, I think that would be very difficult to defend without, when you've got all these other uses that could happen now. And that's the judgment that we've come to as officers.
Thank you. Sarah, question for you. Now, we've got an explanation from planning officers, and they've used the word severe safety concerns. So you're saying that it's not been demonstrated. Would you say that if it had been demonstrated, I mean, does it meet the severe category? I mean, if they failed to demonstrate, would it come under the heading of severe? I mean, the threshold is quite high, isn't it? So what they've explained, point by point, I think these are your concerns, and you wanted a sort of explanation for that. But again, what they're saying is the standard is quite high, it's severe, severe safety concern. So what you've wanted, would that come under the remit of severe safety concerns? And if not, then would you be minded to withdraw then?
Yeah, as plan officers have explained, it's difficult to quantify severe in terms of the MPPF and the tests that would need to be met. From the highways perspective, obviously we always expect, as Phil has said, we'd always expect an applicant to demonstrate that they don't have a residual impact or an impact on the highway safety. So the impact that highways have objected on the basis of isn't to do with a severe impact in terms of capacity and things like that. It's just the delivery vehicles and the potential issues resulting from them if they can't use the service yard, as it's been said that they'll use, and then them parking on the highway and the potential issues that that could cause. So...
Thank you for that clarity. We managed to get there, finally. Any more questions for officers? No?
Can I make a couple of comments before you go?
Yes, please do, before we go to the debate.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just a couple of comments to hopefully inform the members' debate. A couple of comments were made throughout the speakers' speeches. One mentioned property values, another person mentioned about the number of objections versus the number of 4. So just to make it very clear that neither of those are in themselves material planning considerations. They can't be taken into account. In terms of the number of objections, it's not the number, it's the material issues that are raised that need to be taken into account. In terms of the acceptability or otherwise of the proposal, officers consider that it's in accordance with local plan policies. It's in a designated local centre that's designated in the local plan, and the local plan policy LP12 talks about the need to protect, support and regenerate local centres, so they remain vital and viable. In terms of smoking, again, there is this fallback position. Lots of these other uses might, for example, cafes and restaurants, might have people who want to go outside for a smoke. So it's not only micropubs that's within this spectrum of uses that might have people who want to go outside for a smoke, because they're not allowed to smoke inside. So there's that as a fallback. It's been mentioned before about the capacity of this place, and 30 to 40 is the maximum, and it shouldn't be assumed that that number is going to be in there all the time. Yeah, the fallback is a very important material consideration, must be taken into account. It's up to you what weight you give to it, but it is important, and it's informed a lot of our judgment, including the highways issue as well. Whereas we've just heard, the objection is not on severity, it's on specific bits of information talking about manoeuvring within the service yard, etc. But I will refer back to the fallback position that, you know, service vehicles use that for the previous use and any of these other uses. Yeah, in terms of the impacts, these are restricted by the scale and nature of the proposal. A micropub is a different entity to a normal pub or a kind of drinking establishment that creates lots of noise and disturbance. However, we have attached lots of conditions to ensure that noise, disturbance, the use is kept within very limited restrictions. And there's also obviously the licensing regime, which will control, be another layer of control over what can and can't happen there. So hopefully there's some information there to inform your debate.
Thank you very much. Now, we need to start the debate. Who's going to start the debate? Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think we've had a very good debate. You know, considering what's been said, at this current time, I'm inclined to support officer recommendations and grant this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Chair. As a committee, all we can go on is what's in front of us. When I mentioned shops, I got laughed at over there. What we've got in this report is called the Warrington Local Centre, and we've heard since there's a Indian takeaway shop, other shops. So there was already shops there. This is an empty unit at the moment, and it will bring it back into use. It'll bring business to the other premises in the facility. As we talk about shops, we're talking about the yard at the back. Surely those shops that were there and the takeaway, they would have the delivery lorries going there to deliver their goods. So I can't see whether that is an option. There's been a lot of assumptions about noise, but and then they were saying, well, we can't really say there's going to be noise because it's not open yet. No, it's not open yet. It's just assumptions that there will be noise. But having and listened to Mike Lane about other micropubs in Peterborough, the Wonky Donkey, the Froth Blowers and the Bumble, they've never had any issues with noise, with the police being called at all. If we refuse this, like the chair said, we could have one of those premises that's up there on the board could move in with no conditions, and they could just do what they like. Whereas this particular planning application has got conditions attached to it to make it more pleasing, probably to the local area, and therefore I will be supporting this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Councillor Shop.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Yeah, in a similar vein, I mean, just to back up Councillor Rush first of all, I mean, the application is for conversion from an existing use, which is a shop, so I think it's fair to say it's a shop. That said, obviously, I'm very sympathetic to the objectors' views, and they raise some pertinent points, and I think we've considered them thoroughly in the questions. However, I have to say that I've heard nothing that contradicts the officers' views in all the clauses where they've considered the relevant policy. And mindful of the current use that's still on the screen, the current available uses that it could be used for without planning. And the fact, as Councillor Rush has highlighted, there's a number of conditions in place, then I can't see any reason for us to overturn officers' decisions, and I will be supporting the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hussain.
Normally it's quite easy when it comes to small business. I'd always say yes, you know, let's support, let's go ahead. This one's a little bit difficult for me, and I'll say why. As simple as, yes, it's a commercial area, we've established that, but this precinct, this shop is on a residential road. So for me is, you know, considering there's a pub around the corner, there's a restaurant around the corner, there's other pubs in the area. Is this the right place for a pub? I'm still struggling. I'm on the fence to, I've not been convinced that it is. The highway concerns, I share those. The smoking area concerns, the noise concerns, I still have those. So for me, I'm more inclined to go against officers on this.
Councillor Hogg.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to sort of maybe clarify some of the positions that have come forward. This list, the vast majority of those are not going to cause any kind of noise issues. I think the only really one that stands out for me would be that cafe restaurant thing. And generally speaking, they tend to be sort of busy up to maybe 8, 9 o'clock, and then it starts to peter out till, you might have 1 or 2 people that come for a late bite or what have you. It's certainly my experience. Having a pub, it's a different scenario. Something that I have got some experience with the nighttime economy. When there was the change of rules where pubs and clubs could stay open to 4 o'clock in the morning. One of the advantages of that was you didn't have this throwing out time, and that essentially 20, 30 people would be hitting the street in one hit. Clearly, the need to put insulation in to stop noise ingress into flat above, hopefully, would kind of stop that. What it doesn't stop is the people coming in and out of the pub. And every time somebody opens the door, suddenly there is no insulation. It's going to come. That sound is going to come out onto the street. And if it's a summer's night, you've got the flat above with a window open. You've got children there trying to sleep, etc., etc. I can see that there are some concerns about that. About the garages. Now, I would say that the 2 garages by the framing shop are absolutely right. You couldn't get a car in there. Well, that would suggest that maybe that's not the purpose for those garages, that those garages are actually there for external storage for the shops. And, I think it's fairly evident that Mr. Bond has got 2 garages at the back there that he rents. In fact, his van was there when we visited for the site visit. I did notice that he'd backed up to that garage, and I can see no way of being able to sort of drive up and then reverse. You'd have to reverse down. Now, reversing vehicles and people drinking alcohol, milling about, having a smoke, is not a good mix, I have to say. So I have some grave concerns over the smoking area at the back. I'd have even more grave concerns, if I'm being honest, about them smoking out the front, because then that would then cause more noise going out to the residential area. That all said, we're planning, we're not licensing. And I have to say that on balance, I'm kind of, whilst I feel that maybe this isn't the right place for this development, I don't think that there is enough planning concerns to be able to turn that down. I think licensing may be a different matter. Ultimately, if there is the concerns around noise come to fruition, well, then that would be a matter for, it would go as a complaint to licensing, and the licence would be withdrawn. And I would certainly hope that the, you know, assuming that it does go through licensing, that the licensee will be mindful of that potential issue, and be very hot on making sure that you know that the people coming to the pub are respectful of the neighbourhood. So, on balance, I'm gonna support.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Thank you, Chair. And listening to the objectors, the main reason for this application being refusal is the noise. And I've now got to look at the evidence of what we can do in the reports, of what we can do to mitigate that noise and that fear of noise of what we've got. And looking at the conditions about doing the sounding installation, putting those conditions about licensing conditions, is going to help and mitigate that noise element. And the evidence that we've got from the other pubs have been very little kind of evidence of antisocial behaviour that's coming from them. I'm satisfied to go with the officer's recommendation that there won't be a noise pollution in this area. So I'm going to go with officer's recommendation and approve this plan.
Councillor Casey. Councillor Hogg, can you switch your mic off, please?
Sorry? Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There's nothing like a recording session between midnight and 4 in the morning, because the atmosphere is fantastic, especially if it's cool jazz. But anyway, that's a personal experience. One of the things that actually, I must admit, I'm inclined to go with the officer's recommendation on this one. The experience that I've had from micro pubs is they're very different from pubs. There's a very different atmosphere. That they're a response really to what's been happening to the brewing industry over decades, really. And I like the fact that they bring communities together. They're much smaller. They're niche, and actually they provide a service to communities. So I'm happy to go along with officers' recommendations on this and approve.
Any further debate? Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Okay. I'd like to touch on the ward council a bit here, as it was given, and it wasn't. I thought it was only fair to bring this in. That the ward councillors in there did exactly the right thing in this case. As you'll know, we've been on planning chair yourself for quite a while. That public perception is everything, and for a ward councillor to sit in this room when he knows somebody and it's his friend would be absolutely out of order and would put us right in the digger when it came to a challenge. So they did the right thing. Unfortunately, in this case, they all knew the applicant, so they all had to stand down. So, and Councillor Bond obviously took the initiative to represent the residents, which again is the right move. But I just didn't want them to, I wanted to make sure the ward councillors' reasons were given. I see no reason why we should not approve this application. Of course, the residents have concerns, and who wouldn't? But if it's run responsibly, and I speak from luckily, and I do count myself lucky, to have a micropub in my ward that had a real problem getting its actual permission from licensing because it's in a terraced house. Which probably is one of the worst possible options, to have neighbours either side, directly, living neighbours either side. But again, they showed with the responsible attitude and agreement to the conditions for soundproofing, noise coming and going, etc. Music, no live music, no loud music, and the way they run that pub, I see no reason why this particular landlord can't do exactly the same. And indeed, we've heard from one of the speakers that she did exactly that at a previous establishment. We have people that can take on the other options, such as licensing and police, if, God forbid, this does turn out to be a problem. But I'm sure, again, the licence holder would not want this to happen and would not want to affect the residents in such a way. It could, as it has in my ward, become a valued asset. Now, people will always be worried about If you think of, and I'm not going to name the name, but it begins with W and it's a pub, you might see that as a bar with youths and all sorts of problems. And micropubs are totally different. And if you've never been to one, go and have a go. When you're allowed to drink, of course, and when you like a drink, go there by all means, because you will see that these are more mature people. These are not kids. These are not 18-year-olds looking for a stag night. That's not how it works. These are very mature, local people wanting to go to a quiz night, a cheese night, raise, in the case near me, thousands and thousands of pounds for worthwhile charities. They're a community asset if they're run correctly. I see no reason why this one won't be, because the history of the previous establishment, again, was raising money for different good schemes. So I would say to those that are objecting, give this a chance. I'm sure you'll find it will be okay. One little bit I would like to add, in defence of Councillor Bond, if, as she said, there are alleged threats being given to her, those people, if you're listening, give your head a wobble. We work with democracy in this country, not by threats. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any more? I'm not going to say much because I'm fasting and I'm sure my other fellows are fasting and we've got to open in about 5 minutes. Anyway, I'm going to say something, I have to. Right, highway. I mean, I had a serious concern about the highway and I think our planning officers, the explanation has actually addressed that issue. What I understand was that the highway wanted sort of like a plan when the deliveries are going to come, when they're going to exit, which I understand it's a reasonable ask. But from your point of view, what they said, because it's an existing business, vehicles are coming and going, there's no need for that. So I appreciate and I think, and I agree with your view that I want to attach my weight to the highway's concerns on that basis. On the noise, yes, there's a condition there, Councillor Hussain. This is one of those applications which is a conditioned, conditioned scheme where everything is conditioned. So noise, there's a condition there. That's what we can do as a planning committee. Smoking is not a planning consideration. You can't have a designated place for smoke. You can smoke anywhere you want. In terms of the garage, I went on site. These are those garages we are used for storage. So for storages, I could come and, if I'm using it for a storage, I'll probably come in the morning and take something. I'll come in the afternoon, even there's not a set time, and you can't guarantee people will be at when you're going to come and pick the stuff from the garage. So it's not the case where you're parking your car, then we're in a different situation. So that's that. As a whole, if you look at it, I think the more factors in favour. And again, as I asked the questions, they said, would you like a scheme that is conditioned or without a condition? They said conditioned, so this is a scheme which is conditioned. So on that basis, I am going to go in favour of the officer's recommendation. And if that's the debate, then I would like to have a proposal. Councillor Rush. If you could switch your mic on. I know we had a lengthy debate today.
I would like to proposal that we go along with the officer's decision and grant this planning application subject to the conditions that are attached.
Thank you. Councillor Harper, are you willing to second?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favour, if you could raise your hands. Okay, all those against? And any abstentions? No. Can I have the result, please?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimous. The application has been granted.
There's one against. There was one against. Okay. Yeah. You're fasting. She's fasting with me. Just bear with us. No, that's okay. That's fine.
Apologies.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Right. What's the next item?
Growth scrutiny.
Oh, come on. I need to go home. Right. Yeah. We've got appeals. Yes, you can come back, please. Thank you. Yeah, if you could do that quick, because I need to. Members, can we have order? And we just got last item, please. If you go ahead. Last item.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, very quickly. I'll just go through the final item, which is the quarterly appeals report. Good news: the number of appeals being overturned or allowed, should I say, has gone down again. That's a consistent pattern since this time last year. Only the two that got allowed, one of them was a split decision by an inspector. That's something that we can't make. The planning authority can't make a split decision, so it wasn't strictly against us. It was just the the bit that we refused it on, the inspector agreed with, but there was another bit they thought was okay, so it was a split decision. The other one was a 5G monopole, and that was refused on the grounds of highway safety, because it was deemed to be obscuring signage and a distraction, but the inspector put very little weight on that and approved that. So that's not really any lessons to be learned as such, just I think it's good news that the rate of appeals that are being overturned is getting better. So thank you, Chair.
In that case, that's it. Thank you very much for the healthy debate. See you next time. Thank you.